the city of Cape Canaveral will come to order. The way we'll operate tonight is in regular order, but we'll have a roll call, and then we will approve our minutes of the last meeting. And then we will have public input on any subject other than tonight's subject. It's just the way it works. We will hear that, and then we'll go into our subject for tonight. The way we plan to do that is the Director of Development will take us over the proposed ordinance that we've had before us for several weeks now. And it'll be an overview. We won't dig through each article, but we're going to go by an overview so that everybody in the room has an acquaintance with the ordinance that is going to be under discussion. Then after that, we will ask for public input on this tonight's subject. I have in my hands 11 cards, and I detect the officer probably has 4 or 5 more, so that makes 16. Multiply that by 3 minutes each, and that's how long we're going to have public input. And the little lights here will be operated by the secretary, Patty. When you start, you'll see the green light come on first, Patty. Okay, so when you're speaking, you have to come to the podium. I'll ask for you by card, and we're going to go through the card speaker requests in the order that I received the cards. When you get ready to talk, notice the green light. You have 3 minutes. And at the end of 3 minutes, the red light will come on. When's the yellow light come on? 30 seconds before? All right, it's a warning light. All right, so if you're going to talk, organize your thoughts very carefully. It'll help you as well as us so that you don't get up there and have sort of a mic fright like I always do. So organize your thoughts, be ready to present them coherently and in 3 minutes. Having said that, I think we're ready to get started. Patty, would you call the roll, please? Here. Here.
Here. Here.
Here. Here. Okay. I have my mask off tonight so that my voice come through clearly and not go through the mask. I think I'm sufficiently shielded and far away that we'll be okay. I won't give you anything. In fact, I've had my first shot already. Yeah, we went through that last time. That's a great suggestion. So to the board members, it goes like this. John Price moves, and that way we'll keep that clear. And Dr. Miller seconds, such as that, okay? That's where we'll operate. Let's see, what else? We got to approve the minutes. You have before you the minutes of the last meeting. You've had a chance to mull them over. Do we have any inputs or corrections? Hearing none, I'd like to hear a motion to approve as submitted.
Mr. Chairman, John Price moves that the minutes from the last meeting be approved as they're written and stand.
Dr. Miller seconds that. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Patty, would you call the roll, please? For
the motion.
For the motion.
For the motion.
For the motion.
Thank you. Now, I was given, okay. These are the minutes that I have to sign. I'm going to put them right here, and I'm going to depend on Patty after the meeting to come by and buttonhole me to sign them, okay? I'll sign them when you come by, but they're right there so we don't lose them in the stack. All right. Then the next thing I promised was we would hear public input for any subject that's on your mind that the Planning and Zoning Board ought to be aware of to address in the future. We won't address it tonight, but we'll take notes. We take good notes. We pay attention. So if you've got anything that you'd like to put on our agenda or on our minds at this time, raise your hand and we'll ask you to come forward to the microphone. Okay, I don't use up a lot of time waiting. Having said that, we're now ready to go into the subject at hand. We're going to talk about the consideration and recommendation to the City Council an ordinance regulating vacation rentals. We're not here to overregulate, overpunish. We're not here because we're against vacation rentals. What we want to do is, as Planning and Zoning Board, encourage ways to live together. And so be aware that whatever we recommend out of tonight's meeting, it will be a recommendation to the council. Our recommendation is not the final word. Planning and Zoning Board's job is to do homework for the City Council, to dig up facts, have hearings, air out grievances and shortcomings, make up fair recommendations reflective of all of us, and submit that to the council for their approval. So it's what we decide tonight. If you want to know the final outcome, you have one more meeting to go to, and that's the City Council meeting where they act on the ordinance. Now, let's have Dave Dickey, our Director of Public Development, and take us over give us an overview of tonight of the ordinance we're going to talk about. So everybody in the room just gets a 10,000 feet view of the ordinance under proposal.
Thank you, Lamar. Good evening, members of the board. It's nice to see you as always. Good evening to all the public here. It's fantastic to have you. We look forward to your comments. As Lamar said, this is really going to be a 10,000 foot overview. The board has already had an opportunity last month to hear my very dynamic, exciting presentation. So I'll spare them again this month. But I will give a brief overview for benefit of the board as well as the folks in the audience, just to try to put everybody on the same sheet of music and kind of what we're here doing this evening, what we're talking about. So we all have a similar frame of reference, which is always a good thing to have when you're a group this size and you're talking about technical issues. So as background, and I'm going to be reading from an agenda item that was provided to the Planning and Zoning Board approximately a week ago. This is essentially the same agenda cover that was given to the board last month. There was a few changes to it towards the end of the body of the agenda, and I'll point those out. But let's run through this. Since approximately the late 80s, so for 30 years or so, the city of Cape Canaveral has regulated vacation rentals. And that regulation has consisted primarily of a minimum 7 consecutive day rental restriction on residential properties. And that's really that's really it. That's what we've been doing with vacation rentals over the last 30 years. However, in 2014, our Florida legislature adopted some new rules that essentially preempted those local governments that previously didn't have anything on the books. The legislature came in, adopted Bill 356, and it preempted local government to really adding any additional regulations with respect to vacation rentals. Specifically, the local government was preempted to enact a local law, ordinance, or regulation that may not prohibit vacation rentals or regulate the duration or frequency of rental of vacation rentals. And as I said, if the local government had those regulations, had similar regulations on their books prior to 2011, this preemption didn't affect that local government, which is the case here with Cape Canaveral. So we were fortunate in that sense.
So what is ours today? What is our regulation?
Our regulation is essentially that we have that minimum 7 consecutive day restriction. So what that translates into is our current code does not allow rental of vacation rentals for a 2-night stay or a 4-night stay or a 5-night stay. It needs to be a 7 consecutive day stay.
And we had that in place before the state regulation, so it cannot be set aside.
Preempted. Correct. I can't give you a specific day, but it was I believe it was in the late 80s. The city established that requirement. However, since then, there's been, and as evidenced by all of our folks here this evening, there's been a huge uptick in the growth of vacation rentals in the last several years in particular. I added some specifics, I'll call them statistics or some numbers here in the code, or in the agenda report. I'll just read that. It is reported that the vacation rental market in the U.S. has grown more than 100% in the last 3 years, as evidenced by the doubling of the number of Airbnb-style units year on year. In fact, the city has experienced a 136% increase in bookings year over year. So that's an indication of the popularity of these type units. And it is an indication of their growth. And as we get further into this report, we'll talk a little bit about the impacts of that. The agenda cover talks a little bit about let's just talk about the impacts. I'd like to read a few things. Although this growth has provided economic benefits, particularly to vacation rental owners, the City Council, as well as the city's full-time residents, are faced with the challenges associated with transient rentals. Even with regulations, vacation rentals can disrupt the character of predominantly full-time residential neighborhoods. And that's at the crux of the issue. As we were talking last month, I think we were wrestling with that issue. Some of these vacation rentals are right in the middle of a very established, in certain situations, single-family home. A perfect example, a single-family neighborhood. As a perfect example is our community in Harbor Heights. That's a great example of potential conflict and potential issues between the compatibility of an established single-family neighborhood with vacation rentals. Frankly, the enforcement of the city's 7-day minimum has been difficult at best. It's a difficult, the evidentiary requirement that we have to meet because we do have folks who rent for less than 7 days in the city. We all know that. However, to appropriately enforce that regulation has been difficult. In short, we'd have to have a code enforcement officer park in front of a unit and document the comings and goings of tenants from an individual unit. And you can imagine just trying to do that for one unit versus hundreds of units in the city. So the enforcement of that has been problematic and difficult, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
So Dave, can I interrupt for a second? Sure. Let me make sure I understand. What we're talking about is a minimum of a 7-day rental, meaning that person that rents that unit is going to be there for a minimum of 7 days. It's not saying that the owner of the vacation rental property, let's say somebody rents and only stays for 3 days, it's not saying that the owner can't rent it again until 7 days later. or at the end of that 7th day. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There has to be an occupation of the unit for a minimum of 7 days.
Well, that's a nuance of the language. We have not gone out and enforced. So let me restate what I think you're asking, John. So if an owner has rents the property for 3 nights, and that's obviously short of the 7-day minimum requirement. If an owner does not rent it for the next 4 days, so you have a 3-day rental, 4-day vacancy, we have not gone out and enforced or gone after the owner for a scenario such as that. Okay.
Okay, go on, Dave.
All right. I'm going to move to the second page, and there's 8 points. I won't go into the details of them, but basically they're kind of a fact set, some assumptions that we included in the agenda that establish our kind of the balance of the argument and the discussion. I'll quickly read through these. 1 and 2 talk about the differences between non-transient and residents versus transient residents. We talked about that last month. Number 3, several hundred vacation rental units are likely located within residential zoning districts in the city of Cape Canaveral. I think we all are aware of that. And I would say the large majority of them are located in our residential zoning districts. And those are all the presidential streets. Those are all the condos up and down the beaches. Most of the homes in the residential units are zoned and are located in our residential zoning districts. Number 4, vacation rentals left unregulated can create negative impacts within a residential neighborhood. 5, vacation rentals situated within a residential neighborhood can disturb the quiet nature and atmosphere of that neighborhood. 6, vacation rentals located within established residential neighborhoods can create negative compatibility impacts related to noise, late night activities, on-street parking, and traffic congestion. Number 7 is an important one. Number 7 points out that the average household size in Cape Canaveral is 1.76 people. The average household size of an owner-occupied unit is 1.72, and the average household size of renter-occupied is 1.8 persons. Obviously, when you have an average household less than 2 next to a vacation rental, which oftentimes has more than 1.76 people in it, there's going to be compatibility issues. And that's summarized in statement 8. Vacation rentals situated in a residential neighborhood can and do create a great disparity in occupancy, significantly above the average household size within Cape Canaveral. In the next paragraph, courts have recognized that a municipality, even though certain things have been preempted, that a municipality still possesses the authority to enact other kinds of regulations affecting vacation rentals, including but not limited to registration requirements, maximum occupancy, building, fire, and safety inspections, and signage. And as we get into the ordinance, you'll see those topics pop back up. The city attorney has prepared the attached ordinance that you have in your packet. And I'd just like to go over a few highlights of the ordinance. Number 1, prior to initiating operation of a property as a vacation rental, the owner shall annually register the unit with the city. Now, that's something we currently don't do. We do not have a registration system for our vacation rentals right now. We do have a requirement for our owners to get what's called a business tax receipt, but that's really not a regulatory tool that we can use to help enforce our codes and our ordinances. Now, the rest of paragraph 1 talks about the specifics of what would be required in that registration packet. Paragraph number 2 on 3 of 5. This is proposed. A maximum overnight occupancy of a vacation rental be 2 occupants per bedroom plus 2 additional occupants per unit. So as an example, a 3-bedroom could have 8 people. 2 per bedroom, and then plus 2. Also excluding children under the age of 6 years old. Now, there's also kind of a second tier of occupancy regulation, and that's in A through D, and it's tied to the square footage of the unit. We talked at length about that last month. Number 3, establishes minimum safety and information notice requirements. So essentially what this is saying is, hey, let's put some basic information for the tenants, the renters, so that they're aware of basic safety information. Number 4, establishes an annual inspection requirement for all vacation rental units. Number 5, establishes duties of vacation rental owners. And number 6, deals with the accessory structure issue that we talked about at length last month. Now, as part of the city's attempt to get on top of this issue, this ordinance is being forwarded, and in conjunction with it, we have been in discussions with several vendors who offer, I'll call them web crawling services, and they will help the city enforce our minimum 7-day requirement. And they do that through some, a number of techniques. But essentially, they monitor the activity of the rental units online, and they can create profiles, and they can create a much better understanding of how often and the duration of the rentals that are going on. If an owner rents for 3 days, and then the following that person leaves, and the following day they have another rental for 3 or 4 days. So these folks are able to monitor that, and they can report back to us. So that's going to be a great tool that we don't have currently. But that is that's really not what we're here talking about tonight, but I just wanted to add that because that is really going to help us enforce this ordinance and the current requirements that we have online. That'll be something, that agreement will be brought to the council as part of this ordinance. So that's going to be a huge, huge help. The reason we're here this evening is we do have a draft ordinance. The council has approved it, approved it at first reading at their January meeting. And at that meeting, they asked the P&Z board that there was really 5 issues that the council was wrestling with. And as Lamar indicated, they asked the P&Z board, which is one of your purposes, to provide feedback on some policy issues. And those 5 issues are up on the monitor for the audience to see. And I'd just like to read through those very quickly. 1, requires an annual inspection of vacation rental units to verify compliance with provisions of the Florida Building Code, Fire Inspection Code, IPMC, and other applicable city code sections. 2, establishes maximum overnight occupancy limits. 3, restricts an owner from independently renting or leasing an accessory structure for sleeping. We're not saying the important word in here is independently. If there's an accessory structure and it's rented by the same individual that's renting the primary house, it's rented as one unit, that's fine. What this is saying is you can't rent the house and then have an outbuilding in the back and rent that separately, independently. That's the issue there. And number 5, requires an owner to inquire prior to check-in if any intended occupant is a sexual predator offender. So, as I indicated, P&Z board had we spent quite a bit of time last month talking about these issues. I think we worked our way through the majority of them. The one that was still outstanding, we were still kind of wrestling with, was the occupancy issue. I know we talked about a few things. What I did is I went out and looked at how some other communities do it, and I think that's the new portion of the report, and it's pretty much the page 5 of 5. It includes some of the findings. And I will say this, that the majority of the communities that I looked at was able to find applicable regulations has a 2 and 2. That seems to be an industry standard. When I say 2 and 2, 2 occupants per bedroom plus 2 for the house. So that seems to be fairly common approach. I will say this, that a lot of them did not include maximum numbers. One of the, if you look at Deerfield Beach, now let's look at Destin. 2 persons per bedroom plus 4 additional persons, or a total of 24 persons per short-term rental. So some of them did include maximum occupancies, but the majority of them just included the 2 and 2 approach. So
So noted, but we do have the online internet. So noted. I don't know how to solve that tonight, and I don't intend to. We had plenty of notification about being here. There's plenty of notification about online participation. So you get here early, you see the seating, if it's too overcrowded, you have the chance to go home and get your system up and participate that way. We did the best we could by giving everybody a chance to know what was coming.
And Mr. Chairman, I will say too, that if anybody wants to speak, there's going to be an opportunity made for everybody in the building who wants to speak.
Yeah, if they want to speak, have them fill out a card, even though they're outside. Bring it in here to the, give it to the officer back there. And when it's time, I'll recognize that person. They can come in and speak. Nobody will be left out. But as far as continual participation in the meeting, we made provisions for that. Personal attendance or online. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
okay. So, anyways, as I was saying that I think what's included in our draft ordinance is pretty consistent with what I found out there in the rest of the communities in Florida, that I was able to track down similar regulations.
Well, now, the way your summary on page 5 of 5 looks is you got 8 plus 12 in that first one, in Indian Harbor Beach, with a maximum, not plus, but from 8 up to 12, maximum 12.
Yes.
Anna Maria, Florida, 8. Marathon, maximum 8. Destin, 2 per bedroom plus 4 additional persons, or a total of 24. That's the high in that group. Deerfield Beach, 8. So 8 seems to be the magic number. Now, if you tie it to bedrooms, you can make a bedroom real quick with a little carpentry and a door and a bed. So if you tie it to bedrooms, you can get yourself into an argument.
Well,
Best thing to do is set a maximum and let's drive that around for a while and see how it works. But that's my leadership and suggestion. We're going to talk about that. That's going to be our main, and we're going to hear a lot of input about that, I'm sure.
Lamar, there was also something written about maximum occupancy for up to 2,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet, that type of thing. So I think that kind of addresses that as well.
yeah, the draft ordinance, as John is indicating, the draft ordinance does restrict maximum occupancy. That was that second tier I was talking about. It's 2 plus 2, but there's a maximum occupancy. There's a cap of based on the square footage of the house. That's all in that draft ordinance. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude by saying that the department is requesting that the Planning and Zoning Board recommend approval of the ordinance to the City Council with a recommendation on those 5 items. And I think as we move through the evening, we'll be able to firm up a recommendation on those 5 items, but we'll need to do that before the evening. So,
Okay. Without boring everybody to death, we're not going to go through the ordinance item by item. We did that last time we met, and that was hard work. And we talked about it, and we discussed it, and we didn't reach any final recommendations. then we determined it was time to hear the public. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to hear public input after we hear the public input, we will have a short recess. Then we will go into panel deliberations and try to agree on our recommendations. And we'll try to be fair, and we'll try to include what people want. We're all trying to figure out how to live together. So here goes. The first request to speak is from Marcia Bjornholm. She here? Turned in a card, see if she's outside. This was the first, I'm going through them in the order I received them. Marcia was the first, she was at the top of the stack. That's you, Marcia? Okay. The way we do this is come forward to the microphone. We're going to ask you to introduce yourself again and where you live. And then we're going to caution you that the green light starts when you start and the red light comes on 3 minutes later. You get 3 minutes because we got a lot of 3 minutes here. So that's the way we modulate the traffic. Okay, Patty, turn on the light. Go ahead.
I mean, this is all new to me. This is the first time that I have vacationed in Cape Canaveral. I'm from Richmond, Virginia, and my husband and I came down for 4 weeks, and this has been one of the best vacations that we've ever had. We've actually been booked again for 6 weeks, and we are in a residential neighborhood. It's very quiet. It's just the two of us. And I mean, we feel like we've supported the economy, restaurants, Publix. We've been to Kennedy Space Center 3 times. But I did not hear all of the details that you all were speaking about early on. But as a renter and a visitor to your community, I'm all in favor of being able to live for a little while in one of your nice residential neighborhoods and enjoy really feeling like I'm part of the community.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Marcia, can I ask you one question, please?
Sure.
What is your primary concern?
Well, since my husband and I are planning to come back another year and probably in future years, because we just think this is such a great community, recommended by some friends that come to Titusville. I would like to know that I'm not going to have to live in a condo, that I could actually be in a neighborhood. And, you know, like I said, feel like part of the community. I'm not a condo type of person.
Okay, so your primary interest is in the VRBO or some of
Yes.
the, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
I can assure you that under the draft code, there is no proposal to restrict types of housing for vacation rentals. So there's nothing nothing that we're talking about that would say you cannot rent a single family home or a duplex or triplex or condo, anything like that.
Thank you.
Our ordinance will not make them disappear. What we have today is what we will have. You can come back next year and probably find that same unit. What we're doing tonight is having a discussion about how to regulate ourselves. We're just going to put some regulations on the existing structure, okay? So you'll be able to come back and have a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia.
All right. Our next request to speak is from Rhonda Beringer, and I'm going to ask you to come forward and correct my pronunciation when it's your turn to speak. Is she outside? Okay, come forward, Rhonda. And when you get to the microphone, just tell us who you are. And sure, you can do that.
Oh, Michael, sorry.
So if your microphone starts ringing, you put your hand over. Okay. All right.
Okay,
You have 3 minutes.
got it. My name is Rhonda Breininger. I own 2 vacation homes in here that I had specifically built and have been operating uneventfully for the last, one of them, for the last 5 years. It does occupy up to 14 people. It was built, I leveled the home that was there, the 900 square foot home, and I built a home that was designed to safely occupy those people, larger bedrooms. It's operated for 5 years, and now you're trying to put a cap on something that I invested in the community. I will say that there is also something, when I specifically built in this area, I also chose something that you guys have not considered, and that is I have double lots on both of the places that I own. That should allow a little bit more in occupancy. It gives you more space amongst the other people as well. But you can't, to cap, well, first of all, you started off saying a couple of general things, which were, vacation homes disrupt a quiet community, and they're different than what's already there. Well, Cape Canaveral is one community that I would say that you are the prime example of that's not true. In fact, the 1.8 people that live, they are living in apartments that are on top of each other with shared walls. You have more, especially in the President's Street, single-family homes are the least amount of number. I mean, in my own block, I have a hotel that sleeps up to 80 people, or not 80, 40 people in one night. There's only 2 homes away from my vacation home. That's the Sea Breeze. Every time when I walk down Cape Canaveral, I count more triplexes, duplexes, apartment complexes. That's not the norm in every other city, where what you have referred to, which is, these quiet single-family homes. Harbor Heights is the only one that I would know of that has more single-family homes. And even then, people that I've discussed, their contracts there, they have some sort of a homeowner association there within it, because I know that they couldn't rent property for less than 3 months at a time, according to what Harbor Heights was telling them. So that was under something else. But all the rest of the communities, we're talking shared walls, we're talking transient populations, and the noise that's coming, and the police officers that are going. There were 5 reports, he said, of vacation homeowners, typically in a month. How many more police reports are generated from the transient living in apartment complexes that are on leased properties? How many more people? You haven't restricted the amount of people that can actually be in the square footage in those apartment complexes. Because in a small apartment complex, I'll just point out for the mayor, because the mayor said that anybody that has sleeps 14 or more is a party house. Across the street from him is a 16-unit, two building apartment complex, 16 units, 16 people minimum are staying there, probably 32 right across from him, and the square footage that they are living in is less than 3,200 square feet. So you are putting rules and square footage requirements that you don't already have on the existing properties, the apartments, the duplexes, triplexes, and everything else that exists in your community. This is not a typical single-family home community. It never was. It never was.
Okay, Rhonda, your time is up, but I've got some questions to ask you about.
Yeah.
Sexual predator, capping occupancy, or arbitrary inspections. I want to hear more about that, but I'm going to let everybody else speak first. And if you don't mind, if you'll hang around, I'd like to have you come back at the end
Okay.
for answering our questions. Does that sit well with you guys? Or you want to do
No,
it now?
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rhonda, and stay with us. Okay. Next speaking request is Eliza Havernick. You get a chance to correct my pronunciation when you come forward. She outside? Eliza? We'll wait a minute till they check. Okay. I'm going to put that one aside, and we'll go to the next one in the stack. Everybody's time is valuable. The next request to speak is Felicity McDonald. Please come forward. Tell us who you are, where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It seems like I'm lucky. Felicity McDonald, 390 Randalls Avenue. And I'll just keep going here. So I just want to make the observation that my street definitely has more houses than take a drive down there if you want to have. So I am very much happy that the city is looking at this issue, and I'm a little bit on the side of the city because I am concerned that we want to be a residential area. I live alone with 2,200 square foot property, so I know where your numbers come from, and I have nothing against vacation rentals. I've used them myself, but I found out in Florida. But I think that we need to do something to maintain Cape Canaveral as more of a residential place. I mean, we don't have a beachfront like they do down Cocoa, for example, where there's a lot of stuff on the beach. We have residences on the beach. We need a residential community to support the businesses that we can attract to Cape Canaveral, like the headquarters of healthcare, the world headquarters that are here. People need to work there. People need to have homes to live in that are supporting the businesses around and within Cape Canaveral. So from my point of view, I just want to say that I feel that I would like to have it much more residential, keep it with too many vacation goers. I have a Airbnb on the street behind me, one house away from my townhome, which is a double story. So, and I'm just going to say that I also have an apartment building on the other side behind me, off to the other corner. And I have no noise from that small area of apartments than the noise that comes from that vacation. I work sometimes at night from my home, on the phone with customers, and the noise is so much that I can't handle it. So I'm not one to feel the peace every 5 minutes. And the screaming and carrying on, and the noise during the day is also much more. It's not just a nighttime. Tell me when it gets to nighttime and alcohol and all the rest of the stuff, it does make a difference. So I have experienced the difference with the vacation rental, and I'm sure sometimes they rent the place and there's no issues. When that house is being rented, people are parking in the streets, they're parking. It's a problem, and I'm sure everybody isn't like that. But I just want to say I'm happy that we're looking at this, and I appreciate the efforts. And if I have more to say, I'll come back.
Thank you, Felicity. Good input. And before we get to the next one, I'm probably your best guinea pig. My home is across the street from a vacation rental, and they have a swimming pool in the front yard. And the main thing I've discovered is every little kid that jumps in the pool screams. You can take that to the bank. But other than that, I haven't had any problems with it. Every now and then they get out of bounds on the parking, but we work that out. I got 2 down the street from me, 1 across the street from me, and a 4th one up around the corner. So my street has a bunch, and I pay attention, and so far, so good. Okay, next speaker, request to speak is Alexander Gantz. Come forward, Alexander, and they call you Alexander or Alex? Okay, Alex, tell us who you are, and if your system starts ringing, put your hand on the Mac. You probably know the drill.
My name is Alexander Gans. I own multiple vacation rentals in the city of Cape Canaveral. I have so for 5 years. I have worked with the city on ordinance issues and compliance issues. I can tell you that I pay paying my fees, my taxes, DPPR license and everything else. Did a quick math earlier today. So far I've invested about close to $500,000 into the city, not counting close to $70,000 in taxes I remit every single year from my vacationers. I disagree with you, Chairperson Russell, that this will not make vacation rentals disappear because overregulation is a problem. And I think the vacation rentals around here are very well regulated, and I think it's more an issue of enforcement and regulation. I have myself ran into problems with neighbors that oppose vacation rentals, all the way to the case where I put in a cease and desist order to a fellow neighbor that falsified claims about code violations. And the person.
Oh, what was that last word?
We
Claims.
had to put a cease and desist order in to one neighbor who was falsifying code violations, calling the police every day and harassing my guests.
Mhm.
And you can pretty much imagine that this is a small business, like a vacation rental. What I wanted to say here is that the overregulation should not become a problem. I think there's plenty of things in place in the city. I think all of us here that have vacation rentals are happy to comply with the current regulations. We try everything we can do to get in compliance, tackle issues immediately. We're trying to be, good neighbors in that part as well. I come here myself every other month. I stay here for a couple of weeks. And Marsha who was here earlier, said so. I was like, she's afraid that these vacation rentals go away, which I honestly have to consider with all these new regulations being in place. I only have 1 minute, so a couple of questions here for the council for consideration. There's a demand for private home rentals, especially during COVID-19, and this has clearly helped the local economy stay alive, I would say so. I've seen it myself when I talk to small business owners here in town. Have you considered the economic impact of these ordinances and, our fellow vacation rental owners considering discontinuing these because of all the regulations? Why are these ordinances being laid out specifically and only for vacation rental owners and not hotels as well? I'm considering, checking all my guests and asking them if they're sexual predators. Why? Do you have specific examples of vacationers from private rentals causing disorder or problems in the neighborhood? Like I said, I have my own renters. I had problems. I brought them into compliance, or I kicked them out if anything has happened. I can do that as a host, and I gladly do that. Do you have hard evidence of vacation rentals causing complaints throughout the city? I could not find any records, and obviously the police will not share those. I would, as public input, probably everybody would like to see how many complaints there are and what that entails. I have a couple of more questions, but I will gladly submit to you guys.
And you can come back after we do the first round. And I'm going to ask you when you do come back, which of these ordinances make your business disappear? I'm curious about that. Okay, who's next? Patricia Weeks. Okay, Patricia, you've seen the drill. 3 minutes.
Yes, I have. Hi, I'm Patricia Weeks. I'm the 2021 president for Space Coast Association of Realtors. Obviously, we are here for, we are in support of private property rights of people being able to do with their property what they want. And I represent over 5,000 members that we have here in Brevard County. And we recognize and thank you all for your time. Our view is not for or against vacation rentals, but we want equality, and that is what's going on with the State House right now. So we share your concerns on vacation rentals. The main issues reported by all cities is noise, crash, parking, and these are all currently written into code and would be in effect for short-term and long-term rentals. And so those things are already in place. I did want to point out that the statistics that were cited earlier came from the 2010 census of 1.7 people. That's 11 years ago. I'm sure the makeup of Cape Canaveral has changed in 11 years. The inspections being mandatory, the state does not require mandatory inspections. If the places are not good, then they're going to get bad reviews and they're not going to get renters coming in. So there's a natural effect that will cause that not to happen. The 24-hour owner or agent must be available. As far as I know, that did not get changed. So if the person who is responsible for the property is in the hospital, something happens, and they are not available, and you have it where they have to come to your city hall to re-register somebody else to take over that spot. That is very much over-regulation there. If you want the person to register whatever, make it so that they can subsequently hand that off to somebody else much easier or whatever. But that is crazy not to have to make somebody be 24 hours a day on call and not be able to pass that off to somebody else if something happens. I'm going to get to here in Brevard County, the direct economic impact from vacation rentals is $167 million. That's a lot of money. The average party size is only 4 people. The average stay is 5 nights. So let's see, 22% of those are from in-state and 61% are from out-of-state. Let's see, I'm trying to see where else. Anyway, we appreciate your consideration. Oh, my time is up. Thank you very much for your time, but we are very much against overregulation and feel people should be able to operate their property or use their property as they see fit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. And the panel, of course, is making notes and jotting questions as needed. Our next request to speak is Mary Ann Blumenthal. Come forward, Mary Ann. You've seen how it works. 3 minutes, the 30 seconds when the yellow light comes on. But we're not really hard-nosed about it, just 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm Marian Blumenthal. I reside in Cocoa, 5220 Parenthood. My reasons for being here is a little bit different. I work through vacation rentals. I am a co-owner of a small cleaning service that services these rentals, and I have been for about 6 years. My livelihood and my business strongly survive on the comings and goings of these families that are using these vacation rentals. We always strive to make sure that these properties are kept up, and my clients do an amazing job reviewing their guests. As it was said previously, these guests are reviewed for their stays. If they don't receive good reviews, they're less likely to be allowed to stay in somebody else's home. Traveling families in this area do produce a lot of income. They shop at your stores, they eat at your restaurants, they visit your beaches. They're very vital to this community. And I understand where, not every guest is perfect, but there are a lot of families that visit this area that they love it just as much as every other resident that lives here. They come back, their children love it. I mean, they make memories, and that's what's really important here. I can understand where a lot of people, or some people, don't like it because, the company changes. But again, with that company changing, there are families coming to see Cape Canaveral, and who knows, they may decide to move here permanently. And I think that vacation rentals are very important and very vital. And I do fear that with these changes, I do fear that it's going to make it harder for families to vacation here. And that will have a very big change in my business. And it will cause me to struggle and could cause me to permanently close my door because I won't be able to stay in business.
What kind of fee do you think is reasonable for your license? You're going to have to turn in when the smoke settles here, we're going to require a license or a registration, and it's going to cost you something. So what do you think is a reasonable fee for doing business?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. We all are mulling with that. So,
I mean, of course, high fees are not I mean, for any small business, it's just not doable, I mean, it really depends on the comings and going. And if people don't feel welcome coming, they're just not going to. And can't afford to pay high fees if you don't have a business.
High is not good, low is not good enough. So we get it. And we're gonna wrestle with that. Thank you. All right, our next request to speak is Al Jenkins. Come forward, Al. You've seen how it works.
Orlando and Puerto Beach. I've been a proud owner of property here in Cape Canaveral for 16 years. I've lived in Broward County for most of my life. I personally witnessed the growth of the city and also witnessed it becoming known as a drug. I don't think there's no one who's surprised to know about that. Long-term residents. But I have noticed since I bought my property, the influx of people that are doing Airbnbs or VRBOs, they're investing because the average means of median price of the house here is $299,000. So that type of investment, they are beautifying and they want to attract these potential guests. And so I witnessed this beautification of this area. It's spotted, and as leases come available, it's like a flower, a rose popping. Well, I said no one with that type of investment was going to purposely allow partiers to come in and destroy their place, only to have to turn around and get it ready for another partying coming. It doesn't make sense. I don't see that as happening. I understand there are people that are opposed to growth, and but you can't stop it. It's never been able to be stopped. And I'm aware of the complaints that are coming out. But I'm also aware of the fact that there's no actual reporting of these complaints. And they are, the ones they are, they're minimal. And with that being said, I really believe this conversation is on the table until we can get those complaints together and address those specific complaints. You're just throwing a dart blindly at what we're trying to do here today.
You just said something very important. We don't have a good record of the complaints. And one of the things this ordinance is going to do is get those records. They're going to be part of doing business. But go on.
Yeah, well, I also think that that's a waste of our taxpayers' money, is to invest in these companies, to come in and do this. I mean, there has to be some viable solution, something other than paying this. And I know that, honesty may not work as well as we would like for it to, but these people with this type of investment, they're going to do the right thing. I don't see that someone would try to skirt, you spend $299,000 and try to skirt the system. It doesn't make sense.
Time's up.
Okay. I think that we should all come together after getting all this data compiled and coming up with a solution that would work for both parties.
Thank you. All right. That's good input. Our next request for speaking is Adam Eldridge.
Good evening. I didn't really come too prepared for this. I just found out about this meeting, but I was born and raised in Brevard County. Grew up in there. I have 8 vacation rentals across Cape Canaveral, Avon by the Sea, and Cocoa Beach, and I'd like to have more someday. But I would have to agree with Patty from the Realtors Association in Rhonda that there is overregulation. Some of the rules that are being applied or requested to be applied should maybe also be applied to regular renters. One of my properties where I've had hundreds of guests stay over the past 7 years, I've had a renter on the left who got evicted for catching their house on fire for cooking crab. And on the right-hand side, my next door neighbor is a pedophile. So these are different things that I have to juggle, trying to make these guests have an enjoyable stay. And the neighbor on the left, who also stays at a multi-unit property, he typically gets up on the roof about once a week and screams profanities at the children that are staying on my property. So there is a drug problem in Cape Canaveral. And again, if we're going to be asking to request documentation about pedophiles and these types of things coming into vacation rentals, should also maybe be considered for regular renters as well. Also, when I got started doing this about 7 or 8 years ago, I didn't know these rules are going to come into play. Perhaps there should be a rule to be grandfathered in. One of my larger properties where I can host up to 22 guests is a large property. It is more than one lot. And so these things should be considered.
Do you have any problems parking on the street or overflow parking with that kind of
I do
capacity?
not. My parking spaces can fit 2 cars in each one because they're very deep, and it's 8 parking spaces across.
Okay.
Also doing this and hosting thousands of guests over the years. What we want is 5-star reviews. We do not want bad renters in our house, and we want to make money, and we want people to come back. In the time I've been doing this, I held 3 security deposits from people who damaged property, which is not very many. I'd say 95% of all guests are very respectful. I've kicked out probably 3 people. When there's a complaint or something wrong with the property, we handle it immediately. This is detrimental to our business. Bringing all these new rules in will have a major impact. I'll invest other places, Cocoa Beach. I'll go back to having regular renters here. I'm not sure what that could increase or decrease property value, depending on how you look at it. But there's a lot that goes into play here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's good input. Jared Dybe, D-O-Y-B. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. Doybe?
Can't read my scribbles. Doyle.
Doyle, okay.
Sir.
Thank you. It looked like a B on the end.
Sorry about that.
Well, you've seen green light starts, yellow light, 30 seconds to go, red light, time's up. Have at it.
Thank you. I'm actually a real estate broker in town. I know Mr. Digweed, actually been in contact a lot last year. My wife and I bought a property up here and sole purpose to Airbnb. Each house, when it's not being rented, but we invested over $300,000 in this place. It's fire damaged, dilapidated. We brought this property back, and it's an unbelievable property now, what we've done inside and out. Some of these concerns that you guys brought up, inspection fees, I'm all about inspections. I know, just like probably most of these people, we go above and beyond for our properties because we are on reviews, people look at our pictures. We want our property to stand out against everyone else's. I know I do. My property was inside and out. It's unbelievable.
So if you're up to snuff on all your requirements for inspection, then inspection should be no big deal. It
Not at
should
all.
verify that you're okay. So why is that a vast concern?
It's not. And that's why I'm just voicing to you, hey, I'm sure these guys don't have a concern. I don't, because I know I'll pass with flying colors.
Yeah.
But some of the other ones, sexual offenders. No one on Airbnb or VRBO, there's not a box they can check that you're a sexual predator, and you're opening yourself up to liability if you ask these people. I mean, you want to get sued? Sure. Discrimination, whatever. I mean, you go down the list.
We wrestled hard with that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. The occupancy, I think it's a case by case scenario because I know my property, I can park 7, 8 cars. We have a circular and a 2-car that pulls up. Park 8 cars there, no problem, and not even go on the street or any sidewalk. So even with the square footage you guys are limiting, we have 2 living spaces with pull-out couches with 4 bedrooms. That can easily sleep 12 people, and if you do a +2 or aero beds for kids, we could easily seat 14, 16, and not bad 9. So I think it's just
How do you accommodate your parking? Is it all on paved, all on the driveway? Is it all on paved?
sir,
Not in the street?
sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So, I think, I understand you guys are trying to regulate and trying to put a carte blanche over the whole thing to everybody, but if you did inspections on each property, yes, you can maybe see that some properties might be, okay, you can sleep a little bit more, some less. And the outbuildings that you're talking about, I totally agree. Don't try to break things up and try to sleep more just to get a couple more dollars. You guys are trying to make this a great community. You have this beautiful area. That's why my wife and I invest in this area. But some of these regulations, I mean, what this,
Give me an example. Which regulation frightens you the most?
well, just the occupancy. If
The what?
the occupancy is one, that if we're limited on our guests, then if we have to say, well, 10 is our max, and we have to basically advertise on Airbnb, then what do? If someone has 2, 3, or 4 more, that we can actually physically sleep in bedrooms and beds, not just aero beds or on the ground or sleeping beds. I think it's a case by case.
So you've seen that waterfall of occupancy. If you didn't pay much attention to it, I invite you to go back and check it out. It has accommodations for graduated needs of occupancy.
Per square foot, right?
Per square feet.
Yeah, 10 to 2,000, 3,000,
Yeah.
12 to 3,000, 4,000. Yeah, I understand that.
Is there something in there that you couldn't live with?
Well, I'm literally just at 3,000, just 29. So basically you're telling me I can only have 10, but I can easily sleep 12. So that's why I'm just saying, I think it's a case by case. And, this group is basically bringing a lot of tourism, a lot of money into this community. And I think it's for the better. And you're trying to limit some of the things that this group is doing. I understand it, but this is a big.
Okay, well, time's up, but I have other questions for you if you wouldn't mind hanging around.
Yeah,
Jared,
absolutely.
Jared, I do have one question for you. Are there, if you're renting your units through Airbnb and VRBO, do they have requirements and restrictions in terms of what you can show and advertise and, numbers and that type of thing? I mean, obviously there has to be some criteria that you have to meet. It's not like advertising on Craigslist or something like that. Is that correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
Well, my question is, do they have restrictions or requirements in terms of what you can advertise and what you can't for a vacation rental? As far as occupancy, as far as length of stay, as far as anything. I'm not a vacation rental owner, and so I'm just curious, that's all.
I think you can advertise whatever you want on the websites. It's just, if they have questions about the bedrooms or the stay, or if you have bunk beds or things like that, typically you kind of answer.
So the renters cannot hold the VRBO or Airbnb responsible for anything. It all comes back on you, the owner, is that correct?
I believe so. I mean, it's how you put the information on their sites.
Okay. Again, I'm not an owner, so I'm just curious, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Joe. 2 things to keep in mind. Well, I want to go on something else first, and then we'll come back to it. Next speaker is Paul Cutting. Come forward, Paul. Green is a start, and yellow is 30 seconds left, and red is a done.
My name is Paul Cutting. I look at first responders, essential workers, and we're here. Thank you for showing up. I'm new to Cape Canaveral. I absolutely love the place I'm resident. I am on a beach block called Chandler, 350, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place since I've been quarantining there for almost a year now. I have my computer set up in the living room and watch the people going up down the street. And I'm going to say that everyone is very happy on the street when the beach come back. My problem that I have with issues here, based on how I look for a place to live, is homeowners association fees. And I do my best to avoid it like the plague because they always go up. And you're not going to end up living there because your homeowners association fees will drown you eventually. So I see these regulations and ordinances that are coming around somewhat like the homeowners association fees where you have to register and another party that you're hiring to do your inspections. The inspections scare me in the sense that if I am not a vacation rental owner yet, but I one day like that opportunity if it comes around. So I'm worried that, maybe the regulation for inspection might be anytime, anyone in the house. So maybe they come in while I'm there, anytime they want. Maybe they come in when my rental is taking place. And they interrupt the people who are vacationing. That kind of stuff is stipulated in your ordinance. It's a concern. The other concerns are how far are we going to go? Might we build a barbecue more than 8 hamburgers? Keep go on and on. You have to for quite a while going through all these things. Right now, I'm in between two Airbnbs, and the other thing that I was taking for the presentation here was the Airbnbs were talked about in units. So if you're going to rent this unit, it's a 7-day minimum. Well, Airbnb that I know of is for the traveler that can't afford or can't be put into a overbooked hotel. And so these people have come around to allow travelers in business to actually rent their room. And then also possibly take, use the refrigerator for their groceries so that they can go to their conference or go to their meeting and be able to afford it. So when you talk about rental units, it's not, you're going to rent the whole unit for Airbnb. You could be renting a room. So in that case, I don't see why we would be putting any time limit on it or minimum for what I understand Airbnb.
Okay,
Very good. Thank you for hearing me.
thank you, sir. Our next request is Lynn Welpley. Lynn Welpley, there you are. Hi, Lynn. Come up, you see the drill. Green light starts, 30 seconds with the yellow and red, you're done.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, councilmen and committee members for allowing us to come up and speak. My name is Lynn Welpley. I come here as a realtor, a property manager, and a former vacation home owner, 2015 Space Coast Association realtor. That's me. So instead of being redundant and going over a lot of things that I've heard, maybe I could just make a couple of points. Point number one is most vacation rental tenants are like the first speaker, Miss Marsha, who came up. They're couples from Ohio, Michigan. They want to stay here for a month, 2 months, or even they're in and out visiting their family that's here. They're quiet. They want a house. They want a kitchen. They want to immerse themselves into Brevard County, not just come and stay in a hotel. The second thing I want to say is you've already met a lot of owners here. These owners, they're not, it's not big business. It's not a hotel corporation. These are just people who find that owning these homes and taking pride in them and using them as vacation rentals is not only very profitable, but for me, when I had mine, it was like a little hobby. It was great to have. And it does increase the neighborhoods that it was in. I'm getting that microphone thing.
Yeah, it's hard.
Other thing I want to say is, we're not afraid of any of these ordinances. You have used which one frightens us the most. None of them frighten us. They're just redundant. All of your ordinances, your city ordinances, take care of most of these already. Sexual predators, it is their responsibility to let their parole officer, their county, it's their responsibility to let somebody know where they're going, not ours. They could come and rent a hotel room as easily as they could stay in a VRBO. Why put that on just vacation rental owners? I could go through all of them and say the same thing. These are things that are not just for vacation rentals. I know that the house that we bought, Satellite Beach, we bought it when it was in disrepair. We put a lot of money in it. We had it as a vacation rental, and a storm went through, and everybody's fences went down. Well, guess whose fence got fixed first, and that property was all cleaned up first, and all our trees were cut up first? It was ours, because it was our business. We needed to get it up and running. The rest of the neighbors didn't do anything. And the matter of fact, I've heard it, and I don't want to say it again. The house next door to us was a rental, and they had rented it out to 6 college students. I had my tenants calling me, and I would have to tell them to call the police because they're the ones that are out partying at 1 o'clock. One more thing, if I may, I know I went over time, I just want to say, a lot of this is set on presumption. You had said, and, I don't ever like to say that, but you have difficulty enforcing 7-day stays. What mess do you think this is going to happen to your city trying to enforce all of this? And apparently you have a lot of vacation rentals in here. It's a mess. If you want to clean things up, it looks like you need to just look at rental properties, regular rental properties, because what I heard in here tonight, they're the ones that are giving you problems. Those are the ones that need inspections from the city, or real property managers, not just slumlords of these people who own 6 units. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Good input. The next one is Kenneth Doodall. Okay, thank you for that, Kenneth. Penny Holloway. Is Penny outside? Somebody step out. Penny Holloway. Hi, Penny. Thank you for forbearing with us. And you've probably heard the drill. Green light starts, yellow light, 30 seconds, red light, time's up. And what do you got for us?
Okay, I'm Penny Holiday. I manage 3 community associations in Cape Canaveral. I'm an owner of a home in Cape Canaveral, and I manage 15 rentals at Cape Winds Resort over on Ridgewood. Since I've been doing community management, we've revised the rules and regulations for many associations. And the first rule of business is, do not pass a rule that is unreasonable. Do not pass a rule that's unenforceable. So with that in mind, I would like you to deeply, deeply consider the sexual predator thing. The first thing that would be an issue, working with, I heard the comments about VRBO, Airbnb. Yes, you set the parameters on those sites, and you tell it what your limitations are. On my sites, if you put in dates less than 7 days, nothing comes up available. It's just totally blocked out. So you can manage the 7-day minimum thing very easy. But the sexual predator thing is going to be really, really hard. Number one, it's just going to set a real negative impact. I mean, what are people going to think? I have to verify if I'm a sexual predator or not. Let's say what's happening there. And the biggest thing is when people book a room, whether it's a hotel, whether it's where I manage or it's someplace else, then here's the one person making a reservation. Here's 4 adults. they list 4 adults. Nothing wrong with that. We don't know who personally is coming in those rooms. And if I had to ask for every name and every social security number to check who is a sexual predator, I would have to put it into a professional screening so they can do the worldwide search or at least a nationwide search. I'm going to be adding $40 to $50 per person that goes into every one of those rooms. That's $200 more to a week's vacation. They're going to run and book somewhere else. I mean, it's going to terrify them to see it. It's an undue burden. It's the police's job to take care of the sexual predators. The sexual predators are supposed to report where they're going, you know, and it's just an undue burden for us to try and police this. What if I have a family staying at Cape Winds and a family member who lives in Orlando decides to come over and stay? This guy gets in trouble, somebody finds out that I rented to him, I wasn't aware of it, I'm held accountable. And it's for something I had no control over how to figure out when he was here, who's he associated with, etc. So please, please kindly consider this. And what I also read in the paper, that whatever the state passes, you guys can create and pass ordinances going forward. But it has to be uniformly applied to the whole city limits. So remember, that's the hotel. You can't exclude them. You got to make this uniform to every business that does rental business in the city. Thank you, I know. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Good input. The next one is, let's see, I had 2 from Jared. Okay, I'm going to discard, put 1 aside. Jared Doyle. How did I get 2 from you? Very good. Well, okay. Drew Graft. Okay, you've seen how it works, Drew. Please proceed.
All right, I'm Drew Graff. I live in Satellite Beach. I own vacation properties here at Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, and Satellite Beach. Lived here for quite a while. I'd like to start off, I do find it odd that your solution to having difficulty enforcing one pretty simple rule is to add 5 much more complex rules. With the 7-night restrictions that you already have, vacation rentals are already far less transient than hotels, yet you continue to build new hotels and improve them. So clearly it's not the transient feature that's the concern. It's the hotel. It's just the vacation. Your stated goal is that you don't want to be overly burdensome or put unnecessary regulations in. But with some of these regulations, such as checking in on every single guest and doing background checks on every guest to find out if they're a sexual predator, that's something that I have not seen in any city in Florida. This is more restrictive than most any places we've ever seen. Picture yourself taking a vacation with your family somewhere else in the US, and you rent a home, it's just you and your family, and that owner asks you to disclose whether you're a sexual predator, whether your family members are, and wants to do a background check on you. What impression is that going to put in your mind about that community, that it's that much of a concern that they need to ask every person coming in and out of that city? Clearly, you guys are looking to develop different rules for hotels and condos, often which are right next door to each other. We see lots of places where condominium buildings are right next to their condos. Are you saying that it's okay to be a sexual predator as long as you stay in this building, not this building? Doesn't make sense. Some of these buildings have done, these rentals have done it since the early 70s, like Cape Winds, like many was referenced. We've hosted over 10,000 guests in Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral for the past 5 years. We have not once had a bylaw officer or a police officer called to our property. Over 10,000 guests. I would imagine it's a far greater ratio than most of the people, full-time residents that live here in Cape Canaveral.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We hear you. We're listening. Is this Mandy Thomas? Is Mandy here? Come forward, Mandy.
Can I take this off?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. Are you ready?
we're ready.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Mandy Thomas. I had put all these notes down and then I just kind of trashed them all.
Did they all get covered?
Yeah, everything got getting
Yeah.
covered, so we don't need over-regulating. I think we need more support. When you have a low-income community or a bad community, you come in with grants and you help them. Then you have people like us that have these short-term rentals or STRs, and then we get chased out with over-regulations, and we're the ones that are supporting the community. We're the ones increasing tax benefits to help infrastructure. We're the ones keeping our local businesses alive. I'm a super host. I have 18 different units on this island. My co-host is here also. We have a storm. We keep our properties up and maintained constantly. Do you guys have, Airbnbs? And I'm a little nervous. I'm not a big public speaker. But, every day we're there early in the morning. We're constantly on our guests. If there's an issue, if there's a complaint, we're there. You have the property managers with the LT, the long-term rentals. Those are the drug problems. Those are the over-parking. I get a guest that parks in a wrong spot and I'm on their butt. I don't let my guests park on the roads. It's like, you can't do it or you're out. You get one vehicle if you're staying with me. Somebody asked earlier about what type of regulations Airbnb has. Being a super host, it's hard. It's hard as heck to keep that title. Airbnb is constantly on us. We screw up even a little bit. A guest says something a little bit, and we get the food. So we have to be on the up and up at all times, no matter what we do, whether it's how our properties look. Do we have bed bug covers? Do we keep things clean? You walk into any of our units, and I guarantee it's cleaner than any of your houses. Because if they're not, we're not going to get the good reviews. We're not going to be able to pay our bills. I'm a single mom, and I count on this to pay my bills and to feed my kid. And I'll tell you, you can come to my place anytime, and it's going to be on the up and up. And I have very large multi-generational homes that can sleep 20 people. I don't have a party house. Airbnb doesn't allow party houses. They shut people down all the time for party houses. So these constant regulations, and I feel picking on us all the time when we're the ones that are actually doing right by the community and being good neighbors, being good landowners. I don't get it. That's, I guess, where I'll end it.
Thank you. Last one, Alexandra Hodkin. We'll come back. We'll get you.
I'm Alexandra Hodkin. I'm with Remax Aerospace. I do a lot of investment properties. My clients buy in this area. They pay over the odds. They come in here. They buy something for 200,000. They sink 100,000 into it. They make it fantastic. They upgrade everything in the house. Then they rent it out for Airbnb. They pay for pool maintenance, they pay for landscape, they pay for lawn maintenance. They look after their houses more than anybody else in the community. They do it because they need the income to make it look like it is a showcase. They have upscale furniture. Their houses are perfect. When the storms come, they're the first people to have the handyman put up the hurricane shutters. They have sprinkler systems. They pay over the odds for people in our community, the pool guy, $100 a week, all year long. They pay for the landscape guy. $150 a week, a month. They pay for everything to be finished. Their roofs do not leak. Their sprinkler systems do not break. We don't have geysers in their street. They come here because they want to be here. They invest in our community. The people that stay here, they don't typically cook at home. They are out every night in restaurants. They support the bars. They support the community. They are the ones that go to the dinosaur store. They're the ones that go and rent the beach furniture or buy furniture. They rent the cars. They support our community. Without these people coming every month throughout the whole year, we wouldn't survive. I'm a realtor. I survive only because I sell houses. I sell to people who invest in our community. I live in the community. I sell houses in my community, which then turned into Airbnbs or monthly rentals or whatever you want. Most of my clients do not want to do a weekly rental only because of the wear and tear on their property. They want to live here when they retire. They buy early, they rent it out for 5 years, they retire, they come and live here. Okay. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Since you're the last one, I'll make a few comments. I'm going to ask the ones that we identified to come back and talk to us afterward. You didn't get to turn in a card. Did you give him a card? Yeah, we don't want anybody left out. We just use it as a, let's see, are you Richard D? Okay, found it. And Michael Rivera.
Michael Rivera.
All right, we got you covered. Go ahead. You're Michael.
Okay, my name is Michael Rivera, and my company has several Airbnbs in Cape Canaveral. We are super hosts as well, and we pride ourselves on our cleanliness, facilities, safety. Most people already spoke of the things that I want to speak. Also, after most of the time, I was out in the lobby where the overflow, it's hard to hear what everyone said, so a lot of people covered. One thing I would like to talk about is, here in Cape Canaveral, you have cruise ships going, you have rocket launches going. A lot of people want to come to those things. They don't have the ability to come here for 7 days. So hotels sell out, and they can rent for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, whatever. But if the hotel's sold out and we have the 7 day requirement, where do they go? So we are there to fill that void if we could. So that's one thing. Also, folks coming from, day drives, wherever, come here, they might not be able to stay here for 7 days. Also, I'd like to know what other businesses here in town do require a 3-year dossier to be kept on individuals. Who enter business. Hotels. So, another thing is all the burdens and regulations. We've already got state regulation, the county, the city, Cape Canaveral, we got licenses. Everything we do, each and every cost that we incur, or that drives up our business costs, makes it tougher and tougher to justify being in the Airbnb business. And I believe you guys know that, and that's why we're here. Good part of these. So I would like to just say that, those of us who are being responsible, running good businesses, we deserve, consideration more than just being in trouble. There's a lot of long-term landlords, they put in anybody with a post. It's out of sight, out of mind. You should see some of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael.
I have one fast question, if I may.
Sure.
I've heard this term a few times, superhost, and I'm not familiar with that. What is a superhost? What
Okay,
is the
so
difference?
when you join Airbnb, or VRBO has a similar, the name of theirs is different, but same thing. You have to have like 6 months of flawless service and not a single complaint. You have to have top-notch reviews, and you can't go canceling on folks and all this sort of stuff. And there's a long list of requirements. Once you get it, they review you it's good for 6 months, and then anytime during there, if you miss the mark, you have to start all over again. And sometimes some of the penalties are longer than others, so it's really tough to keep that together. So it's the way that Airbnb and VRBO make sure that they incentivize excellence.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'd like to answer any other questions.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. And I got Richard D. Come forward, Richard. You see how it works.
My name is Richard D. I own 280 Monroe Avenue, which is a vacation home. We own several vacation homes as well as investments in hotels and business. We've been in this area for about 22 years investing. I'd like to say a few things. Number one is David Conklin fence. Describe us. We're not Kens or Woods or Cookmans. We're families. We're all families. And the people we bring in are families. You should actually go to our houses and see what we bring in. We don't bring in partiers and druggers. You think I'm going to invest in the last house right here in Cape Canaveral? I invested $550,000. It's the nicest house on that street. Drive around your own city and look. The nicest houses in your communities are all Airbnbs. We take pride. We have to. We're both super hosts and premier hosts. Okay? What that means is our ratings are impeccable. We don't have the police coming to our doors. They're not bothering our guests. Our guests are not bothering the police. Okay, we're doing everything right. You guys are actually very backwards in what you're thinking. $180 million in tax revenue from hotels or from Airbnbs in Brevard County. You should take this to daily rates. You should let us run everything. You know, when the guest comes in to see the space launch, like he says, he's got an overnight trip from Orlando, they'd be happy to park their families at our homes. It's not people causing me problems. You want to see the people causing me problems? I'm not an idiot. I've been around this world many times. All you have to do is wait for dark and watch the bicycle drug traffic go out in your streets. And it's everywhere. Yes, I didn't know. They chase them every single night. These guys are so tricky. They're in and out of the bushes. They're doing everything. You have a problem. It's not Airbnbs. You can't expect us to police sexual predators. I own the Days in Cocoa. I've never policed anybody like that. But guess what? We have a list of people we didn't want to come in. If they were on the police squad list, they were on our list. Don't come here. It can't be here. We don't want you here. Okay? You're going to get us into so many lawsuits. It's not funny. Not just us, you as well. Because if we make that code, I'm going to make sure my legal comes after the city. Okay? Every rule that you basically are doing is duplicating. I filed for my permit here in the city from Airbnb. You got to check my property. I have enough parking spaces by code, one per bedroom, okay, which I enforced. I have a double lot with a pool, right? Everything the city asked me to do, I did.
What did
Including
you
an
actually?
inspection, they asked me to sign off to be able to do a fire inspection. So why are we duplicating that code? No fire inspector's ever been to my house. Yet you require me to do that. And I signed off, I'm fine with it. I want beautiful property, guys, in your city. Okay, I'm from Orlando personally, but I want a beautiful property. And if you want to come inspect my property and make sure it's safe for people to come in, you feel free, but don't enforce a sexual predator code. I mean, why don't you do that to your hotels out there? They're the major cause of this. We know that. We know the pressure comes on from their societies to put on you guys to stop us from going.
We're gonna talk about that.
So
I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
When you applied for, what did you apply for to operate? your
I actually
city?
applied for a vacation rental property permit in the city of Cape Canaveral.
In the city? Okay. Do you mind, what was the cost of the
I believe it
application?
was $45, but I can't.
Yeah, $45. Wow.
But it wasn't the $45. I would pay you $150. Of course, I don't want to.
I know, we're gonna talk about that, but fees, what other fee, you have to collect? Where is that?
All the fees are collected through the hosting agencies, which are Airbnb and VRBO. They collect all the taxes, so it's all paid, okay? All your taxes are paid. There's not skipping on taxes.
Do you have an active license for transit lodging? It's required by the state.
We have a hotel restaurant license through the state of Florida to operate Airbnb.
It's on file with the city.
And we have the.
It's on file with the city.
Sorry?
The transit license, lodging license.
I
Is it
don't think
on?
that applies for Airbnb under your code of 7 days. I can't tell you by that license. I have a city license to operate Airbnb. I have a county license to operate it. I have a hotel license through the state of Florida to operate the Airbnb. So we're paying 3 different things. Those tax dollars they're collecting are divided between all of you guys. I don't understand.
You're preaching at me and I don't hear you.
Sorry?
You're preaching at me and I don't hear you.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want to collect more tax dollars and not less.
I want to ask you a question about that, but you're preaching at me and I can't get a question in edgewise.
Okay.
Do you collect sales tax?
It is collected through the booking agencies, Airbnb and VRBO or any other booking.com or whoever you're using as your.
Who do you remit those to?
They remit them directly to the state of Florida.
Okay.
So every piece.
You
of tax
collect
is-
transient rental fees?
I'm sorry?
Do you collect transient rental fees?
No.
Do you collect, see, there's another one in here we're going to ask you about. Certificate, you do have an active certificate of registration for the city?
Occupation, yes.
Okay. Do you have a city business tax receipt?
Yes.
See, well, evidence of active account with Brevard County tax collector for collecting tourist development taxes. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay. See, you guys that operate these businesses, you got nothing to fear from this ordinance. All it's doing is just documenting what you're already doing.
Sir, nobody makes you document 3 years of who your guests are coming in. Your stores don't do it, your hotels don't do it.
We're going
Why
to talk
are you
about
making us
that.
do
We're going to talk about that. We hear you. We hear you. We're going to talk about it.
Richard, I might point out that we are simply a board that's supposed to listen and make decisions. We're not a bias. We don't come here with a bias.
What I'd like to say, sir, is you say that, and that's fine. We all sat down in your meeting and immediately, by the statements made by the front of the board, we felt that your decisions were made already. Like we didn't even have a word in it, just by the state of the way it was stated that it would go to the city commission for vote.
If you want to play the tape, you'll find that I said we do homework for the council. We do not make the final
I
determination.
understand that, sir.
So why are you putting words in my mouth
I
to say
didn't
you
put
said
words, I
that?
said the way we heard it here was the way you stated it was, you will be making your recommendation to the council.
Well, okay, that's what we're asked to do.
I understand, but it already sounded like the recommendation was made. The way
Well,
it sounded-
okay, I can't help what you heard. I can't
I
help.
can't help what you said.
I can't, I can say it to you, but I can't help you hear it.
Look, sir, it's the same as usual. Okay, it's just like David pointed out, we didn't say one thing positive about us renting homes. It was weird noise nuisance, there's alcohol, there's this, that. It's not true. None of that's true. Okay? What is true is three things. Okay, is number one is how many licenses are there for Airbnbs in Cape Canaveral? And then how many operators are there in Cape Canaveral? You should know both of those.
We understand.
Because they're all on Airbnb. You can find every.
You're preaching at me again, and I don't hear you. We understand that we have about 400 units that are doing vacation rentals, and there are probably more, and we're going to go and understand that. We're going to engage a person or a business or a company to go and look at all the advertisements on the web and find out who's advertising and how many we have.
And again, you're going to use that company against us.
Why would we do that?
I can tell you simple ways. You already said one, you're going to make sure there's no small rentals whatsoever, 7 days max or minimum, which is something you guys should consider changing. You should allow us to do dailies or at least 3 days for just local guests that want to come. Okay, I mean, that's the simple thing. It's more tax revenue in your pocket. I mean, that gives you more objectives to spend. I mean, to do more things for the city. I understand all that. I've been around for a long time too, gentlemen. I'm not, just a fresh businessman here. I mean, I'm heading towards retirement just like the rest of you guys are. I don't want to see things that aren't right not happen. Okay, you have inspections in your codes now that should be done that aren't there. You have parking regulations that should be done that are not being done. If I leave a car in the street, there's a good chance the car's not going to be there in 2 hours. The tow truck's going to come by and take it off the street. We all understand the rules that there's no parking on the streets of Cape Canaveral. I don't let them park in my grass. I actually permitted, put an extra driveway in to make sure we had the 2 extra spaces that we needed. And this is what we do. We try to operate within your guidelines. But don't make the guidelines so hard on us that nobody wants to be here, because this city is one of the most beautiful places for this type of business. It works well. It's a transient type city, so it's not real effective at everybody's point. We're bringing good people in for the most part, families. None of us want parties and stuff. So when you hear that, you read something in Baltimore that some mansion got destroyed by a big hip hop party. And it's world news. It doesn't happen every day. These complaints,
Who do you represent?
These companies that book us, sir, they're very stringent on what we do.
Who do you represent? You got a logo on your shirt there.
Prime Time Amusements is one of my other companies. We're the largest arcade company in the state of Florida. So we build big arcades for the parks and that type of stuff. If you'd like me to build one here in Cape Canaveral, I'll be happy.
Okay, we had that around the mulberry bush. I appreciate your input.
Thank you for hearing me.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Well, we've heard a lot, and it's been educational for us. And we appreciate all of you coming forward and making your points. We're not unreasonable. We listened. We heard you. And we're going to talk about how to be fair with all this. But there's something that you might want to think about. If we have 400 vacation rentals in town, and I know we have more, that's 2.3, let's see, 400 divided by 115, help me with the math. I think that's 3 point something. It's three hotel units. That's 3 hotels. 3 hotels is a minimum of 150 units. So we've got 400 Airbnbs, let's call them. They're actually vacation rentals because everybody's not an Airbnb. 400. That's over 3 hotels. And you don't pay hotel fees. You don't pay hotel taxes. Okay. I hear you. We're going to, well, when you get through yelling, we'll do some more business. I incited you. All right, we're gonna have this back and forth. We're gonna talk about it and try to make it fair. But what I got out of the input tonight was that most of you are pretty much doing what you need to do under this ordinance. You don't have anything to worry about. If you just keep doing what you're doing, the ordinance says we're going to document it. And that is what you need to worry about. We're going to get it documented. We're going to go look at it to make sure you really did do it. Okay? That's fair. Please come forward. We're ready to ask you some questions. And the board, they may want to ask you something too.
What concerns me on all this is that there is a huge amount of knowledge that I think you are all lacking. And I don't mean that respectfully, because you can't make laws on things that you really don't understand. I'll give you an example. Occupancy, okay? If I list, and I have 7 bedrooms in my house, 1 is a king bed, 6 of them are queen beds. If I list that on Airbnb, they tell me, or VRBO, they tell me every king bed you can sleep 2 and every queen bed you can sleep 2. So they actually generate the occupancy for me based on the bed that I have. So there are so many things that you're not even, I mean, I would feel so much more comfortable if just one of you had a vacation home and understood it, because they're absolutely right. They're absolutely right. You know what? You can't function here unless you understand the rules. And we're not doing party houses. You're not allowed to do them on Airbnb. And we're bringing families. The very first family I had to my vacation home, by the way, the very first family was astronaut royalty. I actually had Jim Lovell and his family, Barbara Lovell, stay at my vacation home. Do you think they were not partying animals? They were a family. What happens is they're multi-generational. I like that term because we use it a lot here with our new facility, but they're multi-generational. We've got always the grandparent or somebody who's very close to death or somebody that has cancer that's paying for the whole thing. They're bringing their grandkids in and they're all coming together and they're living in a family home. There are Airbnbs, which is, 2 people a pop or whatever. And then there are homes like mine, which are bringing these families into this area to enjoy. Sometimes they're just coming back from, they're coming to relive. They got married here 50 years ago and they want their families to come here for the 50th anniversary and they want to spend the time together in a home. So putting these limits on for occupancy, when a home is absolutely designed for it, it's safe for it, I wouldn't mind an inspection if you came in, because people aren't gonna be tripping over each other. They have designated beds and designated rooms. It's absolutely safe for everybody to live in the area. I wouldn't make it to where it's packed.
Do you guys ever stop and breathe so we can ask questions?
This is very important to our livelihoods.
We understand
And we
that.
understand that.
That's
we
why we're
understand
trying to
what we're
ask
fighting
questions and get educated. We have some questions.
Yeah.
Okay. When it's your turn, she has the floor. So I forgot what I was going to ask you. You were making such good points, but here's what I would say. You know what really worries us in town?
What?
Is a van load of 9 people, 2 van loads with 9 people each come into the place, unload, waha, having a great time on vacation. That's why that's not you. That's
No.
not you.
You know what scares me? Exactly the same thing.
That's right.
And that never happens. I've got ring systems on my unit. I check at least to see that people are coming in and that they're the people that said they are. My first line is that this is not a party house. This is not, I didn't invest for kids to come in here and hoot and holler like Daytona Beach. Let Daytona Beach happen. I don't want the teenagers.
Got a guy on my street.
Hmm?
Got a guy on my street, owns one. I talked to him.
Mhm.
He said, I kept my eye on this neighborhood a long time, and when this house became available, I bought it for a party house. Now, I can't control that. He bought it, and it is a party house.
Well, if it's a party house, then.
Now I'd like
the
to
noise
have some
ordinance should take care of
ordinances. We don't have any ordinances to put teeth behind it right now, but we're trying to struggle with that.
Well, you have ordinances, you do have ordinances, you have noise ordinances, but I will also say your noise ordinance is something that you shouldn't even be able to enforce because you've had a monthly movie in the park, and I was registering a block away, 100 decibels or more, the entire time you guys are playing all the movies over there. So I can tell you that 75 decibels, just talking to somebody 10 feet away and putting that monitor will show 75. Wind was showing 75 at my place when after I found out that 75 was so low. But you guys are breaking your own rules for even noise ordinances. So they have to be, I even tell, and I've suggested this from the very beginning, I tell my people that the noise ordinance starts at 10 o'clock. I don't want my neighbors to hear noise or talking or partying or anything after 10 o'clock. I don't even hear music. You guys have it till 11. I make them have it at 10.
Okay, that's enough. We thought we were going to get to ask you some questions, but you don't even breathe deep.
Well, you said you didn't have any.
Okay, we're going to the next person. Who's next? We're volunteers. We don't get paid for this wonderful experience. Who's next? Go ahead.
I'm sure just like these guys, we employ you. Come stay at any of our places. I mean, if you want to see how these are run and what kind of condition these are in, you know, a lot of these guys voice that.
You're preaching to the choir. Most of us have stayed in vacation rentals.
You have? Okay. Well,
no, I don't need to. Here I have a home. I stayed one in Flagstaff, Arizona. Very well run, very nice establishment. Great place, great experience. So, okay.
I mean, do you have a question? I mean, I'd love to answer anything you guys have. Because it seems like there is a little separation just on the knowledge you guys have about Airbnb, how it's run, the websites, even the taxes that you guys are questioning that we all know what we pay, what comes out of our payment out of Airbnb and VRBO. We know it comes out because it's our bottom dollar and goes to y'all's tax dollars that improve probably a lot of this stuff.
Well, then I have a question for you. Why are our coffers overrunning with all this money here in the city of Cape Canaveral? We don't see much of it. All we get is our division of the sales tax. Okay, this gentleman back here wants to talk, and I'll come back to you, Dave.
You say that you aren't, but that's the feeling that I get. The comments, it's unwarranted.
I'm trying to defend myself. I'm sitting here taking all the flack.
So what I like to see, what I would like to suggest is that you guys give yourself an opportunity instead of just questioning and answering, to sit down with a group of us and really understand what's going on. Some of the questions that you're asking, it kind of scares me that you don't know the answers. So the ignorance that you have about Airbnb, VRBOs, I don't think we should be able to make a decision or an informed decision where you're sitting right now today. I really think that you should be serious about this because this can help this community. There's a niche of people that like to come to someone's program who can only get away for 2 days.
We have applications that you can fill out for one of these positions. If you know so much about how to do this job, we invite you to come and do it.
Just only merely making a suggestion.
We're doing the best we can. We're trying to learn.
And I believe that.
And you're beating us up for it.
I'm not beating you up. I'm just making a suggestion that you better understand and make an informed decision. And
that is why we have a public hearing, to gain understanding and make informed decisions.
This is not getting it.
What?
This is not getting it. This is not enough
Okay,
time.
okay, we're done. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with
I'm
him.
not,
Go ahead, you're next.
again, you're rude.
Thank you. I am ignorant. There's a lot I don't know.
I just want to address that my business partner sent me, I asked her how much we paid in county, state, city, and state, you know. We have all those, that litany of the list that you ran through with the other gentleman, we have all that. But I'm looking here, the county, the state required of us for our permits and license, $260. The county, $303. City of Cape Canaveral, $743.
For each rental unit, for each Airbnb?
No, that's for the total.
In total.
I have
Total. You got 4. And how many? 700 and what?
$743.
Which is how much
And
per?
that's- But my point
Divided by
being,
3 is a couple hundred, 200.
since when does the state do that with less than the city or the county? So it was disappointing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Dave, you were lobbying for time.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to the board, kind of reel this back in. Obviously, these folks are very passionate about this issue. They're committed, they're dedicated, they're serious Airbnb owners or vacation rental owners.
I made a note to myself.
Just them being here
Yeah.
tonight is an indication of how interested and concerned and passionate they are on the issue.
We get a great side benefit.
I think it's fantastic that they're here and they're wanting to be involved in the process.
Yeah.
The issue that I just want to remind everybody about is we've got 15 or 20, or let's just say we have 50 owners here. We have hundreds not here. And we have hundreds that live out of the county and out of state. And if all of our owners were as committed and passionate and focused on their properties as these folks are tonight that I've heard, I guarantee you we wouldn't be here talking. I would like to invite some of these folks to come and sit with me and listen to the complaints that I get from residents of the city about vacation rentals out of control. The ones that are up at 1 and 2 and 3 in the morning because of partying going on. Does it happen all the time? No, it does not. But it happens enough that the city council has taken notice. They've asked us to do something about it. And that's what we're trying to do here tonight, is do something about it. I just want to also say that just because you see something up here on the board, sexual predators, 3-year logs, these are discussion items. We're here to discuss these items. We're not here to say this is going to happen and it's a done deal. Frankly, I think some of those 5 items may come off the list as a result of our discussions this evening. I would be surprised if all 5 of them stayed there. So please be patient. Please understand that this is a process. And you are an important part of the process, as the board is an important part of the process. And let the process work. And let it go through its, I don't want to say ruminations, but it's machinations. It's whatever. It's let the process work. And I think we can get it.
I do too. What the inputters didn't know is what we know. There's some of these items that probably won't survive the cut.
Correct. That's exactly right.
Chairperson Russell, if I could just point out, before we close the public input tonight, there may be people online. You'll have to go to the online speakers and see if there's, hopefully nothing repetitive, but they have a chance to speak too.
Yes, of course. You have anything back there?
Yes, I do. At this time, I have 6 people with their hands raised.
Okay, start with one, we'll hear it.
Okay, I have David Franklin.
Go ahead, Dave.
Mr. Franklin, you're now live. You have 2 minutes.
Who's next?
We have James Toy.
Recognized?
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is James Toy. I represent the Florida Apartment Association. And while I understand the need to regulate short-term vacation rentals in Cape Canaveral, the language of the proposed changes is somewhat broad in scope, specifically as it relates to multifamily properties. Under Florida statutes, the regulation of multifamily properties with 5 or more units is preempted to the state of Florida. In addition to this, apartment communities, both transient and non-transient, are classified as public lodging establishments, which are licensed and inspected by DBPR. With this being the case, additional oversight from Cape Canaveral is not only redundant, but in violation of Florida statutes. And to be clear, I support the decision of Cape Canaveral to preserve the order of neighborhoods and clarify rental practices. However, in being consistent with state law, I ask that the board move to exempt multifamily properties with 5 or more units. Thank you, and that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Question for Anthony. Do we have anything in our ordinance that concerns the multifamily units? I really didn't recognize multifamily units in our ordinance as needing any regulation.
I'd have to, examine the comments a little bit more closely and the definitions that we have.
Yeah.
I understand the comment. He's claiming that the ordinance scope is broader than what the statutory preemption is. No, I'd have to take a look at that, though, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we'll look at it. Next.
We have Dean Graff.
What's that name again?
Hello, am I online?
Yes, you're now live. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Name's Dean Groff. Own and manage vacation rentals in Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, Satellite Beach. First off, I want to thank you all for letting us all weigh in and come back and share our thoughts and obviously show your interest in wanting to work together as a community and taking the dialogue. We really appreciate it. On some of the points, I think we all, well, I know we all, you see the passion amongst many of us. There are many more that can't be here that would share very similar thoughts. The pride of ownership is very, very obvious for us owners. I would highly encourage all of you on the council to please go on to Airbnb, go on to VSCO, and look at these properties that are available for families to rent, and compare these properties to many of the streets in our city. You'll see many of these properties are bought by people that have spoke tonight that accommodate the lady that opened up the evening, that always come back, that come with their families, that have a great time, that invest in the community, that buy in the community, that put a lot of money into derelict properties, that turn them into great properties. And it doesn't matter where you're renting, where you're living and renting. You can't change the mechanisms of Airbnb and VRBO. If you don't have a good product, if you don't make a flawless stay, if you're not available, taking all the good questions, giving all the answers about the area, having every blade of grass cut, having your pool cleaned, you're getting bad reviews and you're not getting booked. So to ask for sexual predator verification, I'd implore anyone on this call to tell me the last time you went on vacation with your family and got asked if any of you are sexual predators. I would be shocked if there's anyone that could say they've had that happen to them. But more importantly, if you did, how would that make you feel? How would that weigh into your decision of bringing your children, your grandchildren to Cape Canaveral? Because I can speak for my family. I would cross it right off the list. So we need to look at what we're bringing. This passion, it's not about there's good managers and bad managers. In fact, we all need to have good properties. We all need to have great stays, and we're the most vested people to make sure that our properties are maintained, that have the right people in them. And it's not if there's noise, can there be noise at a vacation rental? Of course there can be. Can there be noise at a hotel? Of course there can be. Can there be noise at the neighbor of our property that lives there? Absolutely. We don't want that. And we need to work together, and that's why we have bylaws, and we all obey them. Anyways, I appreciate you hearing us, and thank you for taking our feedback.
Thank you.
Heidi Wilkes, you're now live. You have 3 minutes. Okay. I think she's gone. I'm going to the next person.
Do you have any more?
Yes. I have David Franklin. Mr. Franklin, you're now live. You have 3 minutes. I can move on to the next person.
And we're not getting it.
Joe Sojourner.
Good evening, Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you for your time. My name's Joe Sojourner. I live at 280 Canaveral Beach Boulevard. Sorry I couldn't be there. Few things as far as occupancy. I would.
We'll offer you to work. You want to do some construction work?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Warm, man. You're warm, buddy.
Hello, are you there?
We're trying to hear, but we got two people talking. Joe, can you stand down for a minute?
I'm right here.
And
Just holler.
Let this other person, the other person's having trouble with their input. Can they try again, please? I don't know who they are. And who was trying to come through and didn't make it?
I think that it was a gentleman before that we couldn't hear, but he's now muted and the hand is gone.
I didn't get it. It said what?
We just have Joe Sojourner.
Joe is the last one.
Yeah, it sounds like there was one of the previous callers is now, he probably had himself muted and he's unmuted. Now he's being able to be heard, would be my guess.
Okay.
So you want to go back to him, Mr. Chairman?
Well, in fairness, we should.
Anna, can you allow that, unmute that gentleman who was trying to speak, who was previously passed over?
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I've watched all evening long, and I've seen a whole lot of people that have a lot of financial influence in this community. What I'm trying to address is people that don't, and the ones that live here that don't have some sort of financial, obligation to Airbnbs. We're the ones that are suffering, because I kind of wonder how many of these people actually live here, because I bet they wouldn't want to live next door to the things that they perpetuate. I'm not trying to talk poorly about anybody. I'm just saying what's good for the community is not having we need to address this, and we need to we need to enforce these rules that the city already has in place. It's good for the community. Once again, I would say I'm a homeowner. I'm not a landlord. I'm not trying to make money on the community, but I love this community. And let's please not let Airbnb wreck such a beautiful seaside community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, who's next?
We'll go back to Joan Sojourner.
Go ahead, Joe. You've made a very good input with your letters and all that stuff. What do you got that might be different from what you brought forward before? Joe?
Sir, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I have done some research on some of these short-term rentals, and I was able to find 175 property owners. 159 do not have business tax receipts. That's over 90%. And that's looking them up on Brevard County Property Appraiser website. So if they're not providing a business tax receipt, they're also not providing sales tax they're collecting and tourism tax they're collecting. So that's a huge impact to the city. Additionally, I know there's been concern about asking for 3 years of logs from the short-term rentals. Yes, I think they should be asked for, because you need to find out if they're asking for taxes and if they've had business tax receipts. Another concern has been inspections. Yes, I think these short-term rental owners should be showing their business tax receipts, an emergency contact number for that person, as well as exit signs, as well as our ordinances as far as quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And, you know, some of these rentals allow dogs on the beach, or excuse me, dogs in their rentals, but they need to let people know dogs are not allowed on our beaches. I know we have signs, but I see them all day, every day, and can provide proof. A lot of these owners are hiding their identities on VRBO and Airbnb, etc. I can go through a majority of these people who spoke tonight who do not have business tax receipts, who are complaining about what the city is asking for. I will be happy to give you their names, but this is all, you know, public record, so you're welcome to look it up yourself. One of the people said something about noise complaints. It's a common problem. I will be happy to start a petition. We have several local homeowners. We live here, we work here, we have to work during the week and or weekends, and we have problems with these short-term rentals that only allow 2 and 3 day rentals, and the people that come in are partying all hours of the night, and we're not able to sleep to get up the next morning. So thank you, Planning and Zoning. I appreciate your time, and that's all I had to say.
Okay. Anybody else, Anna?
Yes. Jacqueline, you're self-muted. Could you unmute, please?
Hi there,
Jacqueline, you're now live. Minute.
Hi there, this is Andrew. I'm Jacqueline's husband. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Perfect. I appreciate your time this evening. I just want to raise one point. My wife and I, we live out of state and have family in the area. And as a result of visiting, we purchased a vacation rental property. Our family member manages this property for us. And one of the items we noticed was that there would be a requirement for the owner to attend an annual inspection. This is something that for our family just wouldn't be possible. And so, I'm sorry, we just wanted to make sure that there was going to be provisions enabling, a manager or an agent to sort of attend these inspections because, for people who own out of state, especially with travel restrictions, it's just not sort of a possible thing to be there at a scheduled time each year. So I hope you can sort of consider that point and along with all the other feedback tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ann?
Yes, we do have a few more.
Go ahead.
Hello, Christy Denton, you are muted. Can you unmute, please? You're now live. You have 3 minutes.
If you can hear us, we're not hearing you. Are you still muted?
It is showing her unmuted. Christy, can you hear us? Would you like me to move on to the next person?
Yes, please.
Okay. Paula Rosenberg, can you unmute, please?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're now live. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to me. I am out of state. I have a home off of Rosalind Avenue right there in Cape Canaveral. I do rent it out recently. I do want to let you know that I was a homeowner that lived in my home since 1988. And then I had to move because the space shuttle program was retired, and Constellation, the follow-on program, was not taken back up. It was canceled. So I remember Brevard County and what happened, the devastation that happened to that area. And if you make these ordinances too difficult for people to be able to keep vacation homes, because I had to move in order to keep a job, but I want to come back. People want to live in Cape Canaveral. They want to be able to retire there. And until we can and are able to do that, and you make life difficult for us, then how are we going to come back? I take very good care of my home. I have raised my home and changed it, and I have totally turned it around. I take good care of my home. The people who rent and stay in my home praise me. I am a super host. I provide services for my guests. I provide a clean, with special Airbnb policies, COVID-19 cleanliness regulations. I have smoke alarms. I have emergency contacts posted online. I have them posted on their refrigerator. I have all kinds of information. I provide information for people as a guide. I provide tourism information. I direct people to local restaurants. I direct people and share information about local restaurants, local stores, boutiques. I provide information for people who want to get married. I give my guests gifts. They get flowers on birthdays. They get flowers on anniversaries. They get flowers for special occasions and weddings. I provide things for my guests. I provide gifts for them that all come from local owners, local small business. This is something that some of us who care about the area, who have read and seen that Cape Canaveral is supposed to have a vision for multi-use, multi-residential homes. What happened to the vision that you have posted? What happened to an inclusive, diverse community that does not hate against people? I do not have transients in my home. These are people, good people that come and stay in my home. Airbnb allows us to regulate the people who come to our home, and we review them. If they are a bad person, they get a bad review, and I will not let somebody with a bad review stay in my home. One time I had somebody in my home that was supposed to be there as a long-term renter. They trashed my home. When you have an Airbnb or whatever vacation rental, you get to see and you get access to your home. Providing access for inspection is not something that I would really want to have to do. And notifying or having to keep track of a sexual predator, how am I going to check into somebody's personal private information? That is PII. Those people have to register themselves with organizations. Those people have to register where they are staying. It is not up to us citizens. And who is going to pay for all of these ordinances? You're going to tax. I already pay my taxes. Airbnb pulls them out directly. So whatever extra things you're going to do are going to restrict us people who care about the community way more than the apartment complexes that are there that have long-term renters. And the other people that I see that are vagrants, they are not in Airbnbs or VRBOs or vacation rentals. Those people live there in horrible apartments that do not have exit signs. I've never seen an apartment with an exit sign. And how many hotel rooms are you in that have an exit sign? These are ridiculous, overreaching, over government reaching into personal, private run small businesses that we are trying to do to keep and make Cape Canaveral be a better place. I don't allow people in my home who are partiers.
Okay.
People have to respect my home.
We get it. Time's up. We heard that. We heard you loud and clear. Go ahead, Anna. Who's next? She got double time, so.
Rusty Mel, you're showing muted. Could you please unmute? I will move on to the next person. Hello, Ryan Moreau. You are showing muted. Could you please unmute? You're now showing live. You have 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Let the record show. We tried to contact that person. Go ahead to the next one.
Yeah. Kim County, you are showing muted. Can you unmute, please? You're now live. You have 3 minutes. Mr. County, you're showing muted.
I'm muted. Hello?
Okay, you are unmuted. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Tim County. I'm at 8552 Elbow Key Court. And you know, I really feel that the only people that are not, that are really happy against this ordinance are people who are making a lot of money off it. And the only way to improve it for us is to strictly enforce the 7-day minimum regulation. The problem is that in 3 days, with 3-day stays over long weekends, you attract a lot of partiers. People come into party, in the long weekends, and it just doesn't work for us. And people talk about reviews. How do I review the Airbnb owner who's not doing things right? I don't understand how that happens. And if the problem is that when you go less than 7 days, you get weekend after weekend after weekend, and nobody gets any sleep at all. And I want to respond to Mr. Jared Doyle, who was has a property. He said how good he was on Ridgewood Ave, and I happen to live 2 streets behind him. And he says he has parking for 7 to 8 cars, but he's had multiple visits from the sheriff for cars parking in the street and blocking the sidewalk where people, where people have to get out in the street to get around his cars. It's just not right. And so there's been multiple police visits there. And at this moment, he has an occupied RV running, on the gas engine in front of his place, which is against Cape Canaveral rules. So he needs to, before he tells us how good he is, he needs to show, to do the right thing. And as far as the hotels talk, the hotels employ a lot of people and pay a lot of taxes here, property taxes and whatever taxes. So we need to stop with these short-term rentals. Anything under 7 days is a problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody, who's next?
Todd Bowers, you're now live. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board. And thank you for listening. My wife and I, we vacationed in Cape Canaveral for many years. And we decided to buy a house in 2008. And we spend anywhere from 3 months to 6 months there every year. The house next door became foreclosed. The grass grew up. We mowed it. There was water leaking. We got into the house by permission from the bank and stopped the leaking. We ended up buying that house out of foreclosure after taking care of it for months. And we did it as a vacation rental. Yes, I am licensed with the city. I do have a business tax receipt. I am licensed with the county. I do pay tax with the county. I am licensed with the state. I do pay taxes with the state. I pay property tax as well for schools that my kids don't go to, but we need good schools. The town needs money. We understand that as well. I just want to remind people that people that own vacation rentals, and I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I employ a lot of people. Someone has to mow my grass every week. Someone has to take care of my hot tub every week. Somebody has to take care of handyman services. So we pay a lot of that. Also, the families that come into my house, they take their kids to Twisty Treat. They take their kids to McDonald's. They take their kids to the port to eat. They spend a lot of money in the community. So there's a lot of money that comes out of vacation rentals that goes back to the community in one way or another. Trust me, I don't think many vacation rental people want bad players. We don't want them giving us a bad name either. We already have ordinances. I would ask that they be enforced first before we start to add more ordinances. If it's too loud, call the police. If people are parked on the street, call the police. We always tell our neighbors, who are great neighbors, if something goes wrong, call the police first and then call us. Also, I think we need to work together. I've sat here the whole time, and I'm sorry, board, you had to give up your dinner with your families tonight. But it sounds like we need to work with one another on this. Learn before we start creating more ordinances how it works for the other side. And I could sit with you for an hour, or any of these vacation people could sit with you for an hour and show you how it works and show you that the information is there online. But we would be happy to help with you. I would just urge you, don't punish all of us for the sins of the few. Everyone hated that when they were in school. You don't punish the whole classroom for one kid doing the wrong thing. I would urge you to do the same thing here. Thank you for your time. I urge you to make the right decisions and really think over what we've talked about this evening.
Thank you. Who's next, Anna? Ann?
1 moment.
Anna.
Christy Denton, you're now live. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yeah.
All right. So good evening. Thank you for hearing us. So this is Jeff Denton, Christy's husband. We own out on Ridgewood in a condominium complex. And listening to this meeting and the last meeting, it sounds like there's a lot of noise, complaints, and worry across the community. And I think there was a lot of discussion about the noise ordinances and enforcing what we already had in place. And I think that's a great place to start. It is a concern, you know, if people are partying where people have to work. But being from a condominium complex, I mean, we all have bylaws that we have to work under, and it's extremely strict. So to clump the vacation rentals, the short-term vacation rentals, and when I say short-term, I'm talking the 7-day rental. It just seems a little bit excessive for condos. I agree with the gentleman that talked about the sex offender and how do we manage that and police that without putting ourselves in any type of legal jeopardy. We are strictly VRBO and Airbnb, which regulate us, gives us a strict guideline of how we have to set up our property and hold things accountable. I'm on a board of directors with a condominium complex that manages short-term rentals as well. And as a board of director, it's a very hot topic because we do have residents that live there as well. And again, I think it's just a matter of identifying the root cause of the problems and the real issues, and then utilizing the tools and ordinances that you have in place already, manage it through that first, and then identify what's necessary moving forward. We pay a lot of taxes. We have our business licenses, and like the last gentleman said, I mean, we bring a lot of revenue to the city, whether it goes to independent owners or big, large businesses. We hire cleaning companies, we hire maintenance people. So just be cognizant of that. And I know you are, and appreciate it. At the last meeting, we talked about the complaints, and it was such a minuscule amount. And I know that you probably didn't have enough data. You were going to go back and try and research that data. But the young gentleman that sat on the far right at the January meeting, you know, we talked about it, and there was maybe 2 or 3 complaints that were coming in a month. So if there is an issue, shame on the people that are accepting it. They need to hold themselves accountable, as well as the owners that are using these short-term rentals to make money, and hold them accountable to follow the rules and guidelines. And again, not punish the people who are in compliance. Again, sorry you have to be sitting there in this long time tonight. I feel your pain. I do it a lot, and appreciate your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you for that input. Who's next, Anna?
Todd Bowers, you're showing muted. Can you unmute, please? Would you like me to go to the next person?
Yes.
David Franklin, you're now, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what? Sat here and listened. I mean, there's conversation on both sides of this, and you know what? When you're a homeowner, you see one thing, and when you're a Airbnb, you see another thing. I'm going to tell you this right here, City of Cape Canaveral. Listen to what Joe Senior is telling you. Please, she has investigated this to nobody's extreme, and she knows what's going on. Listen to her, employ her, and we will get through this, because I mean, you know what? I live here. I don't know how many other people live here that's been on this conversation tonight. I know Joe does. She's got a vested interest in this community, like a whole lot of us do. She's a smart individual. I'm not going to solve this for you. I'm not, but she probably can help you solve this. Please put her in some sort of position that we can solve this, because I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to lose this to Airbnb if we don't freaking get off our asses and enforce the rules that we already have in place. That's all I have to say. Thank you respectfully.
Thank you. Who's next, Dana?
Hello, Ryan Moreau. You're now live. Can you hear me?
Okay, go to the next one.
That was the last hand raised.
That's it?
He is raising his hand again. Mr. Moreau, can you hear us? Still nothing.
Okay. What do you want to do, Anna? Is that it?
Yes.
Stop.
Oh, I do have one more. One more just came up. Hello, Karen, you're now live.
Thanks for taking my call. This is Karen Gumberto. I'm the broker of Showcase Property Management. I manage over 2,000 properties in Brevard County. I have about 100 VRBOs or vacation rentals in Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, Satellite Beach. So I think that the biggest problem is that the cities need to enforce that people are being licensed. I am a past property manager chair for the Board of Realtors for 2 years. And you know that I'm an advocate for all of the different cities. And I actually had a meeting at the Board of Realtors where over 120 realtors showed up to learn how to get licensed. And many of these people didn't know about the licenses. So I think it's important to enforce the licensing. And the only thing I want to say on trying to enforce pedophiles is that it's a very difficult thing to do in vacation rentals. I also want you to note that a lot of vacation rentals are being used by space agencies who actually secure the properties for the people that are coming in to work for Blue Origin, SpaceX, and other companies. So when they come in and they select these properties, they come to see me, they collect 30 keys for 30 different properties and they rent these properties. So not all of these properties are 3-day rentals. The last thing I want to say is that I am a VRBO and have traveled all over the world in probably 25 different VRBOs, and I'm a 5-star tenant. In addition, I live in Merritt Island and I do come to the beach and I do stay for 3 days, especially during the 4th of July, because in my neighborhood in Merritt Island, we have a neighbor that does fireworks that are like real fireworks, like at the port. So I have to take my family away because my dogs can't take it. So to take a vacation rental from a 7-day and you say you can't do a 3-day would affect me. Thank you for your time.
Is that it, Anna?
We do have one more hand raised.
Go ahead.
Hello, Ryan, you're now live. Okay. If you can hear me, we can't hear you. It is showing you live.
Having checked his mic, or his equipment. Make sure all his connections are connected.
Hello, Ryan. It is showing that you are muted, unmuted. However, we're not hearing anything coming from you. Can you check your connections, please?
Okay, that's it. Anything else, Anna?
No.
Okay. I'll come back to you. Go ahead. I hope it's different because I'm tired of being hearing the same old thing.
Yeah, you have a lot of patience. I have a horse farm up in Wisconsin for 20 years. And I was in more of a residential area. And I had a file, and I think I heard maybe zoning. You guys are zoning, right? Is that what I heard? But I have a file for a CUP. And it sounds like, coming from this gentleman too, and a lot of people have said, don't, prosecute the good Airbnb hosts. When we were up there, I had to come up with my business plan essentially. I had to show that I had enough parking to have so many vehicles there for my business. I had hours of operation. I had to have how I was going to dispose of the manure, how I was running lessons, horse shows, all of those things. We would have horse shows and we would bring in loudspeakers. I had to have all of that in there because it's not a one size fits all. Just like a lot of these Airbnbs, it's not a one size fits all, whether it's 2 people, 6 people, or 20 people. And that's how we did it there, where they had a form and we had to fill it out. We essentially we had to sketch my business. I had to sketch my business, where my property was, and how I was going to manage all of that. And then, it was approved. I think I paid $150 fee. And then that was good. I mean, for the term of it, unless I received specific complaints, and then that county member had to come out and they could prove that that complaint was valid, because obviously neighbors will just complain. I had a few enemies that just didn't like the smell of horses. They didn't think I belonged there. But as long as I was within my permitted use, I could keep this. And if I had maybe too many horses and I got busted with too many horses, I'd get my warning. The second time I had to pay a fine, and then the third time I had to pay. And I'm hearing a lot of everyone who's so passionate about everything from both sides, but it sounds like the real issue is trying to figure out how to regulate, the rules that you guys already have, to deal with the bad seeds, and then not to tar and feather the good folks that are doing the right thing. And I think something like that will be important, because it solves all those issues.
Well, if you read this ordinance, and I'm sure you have.
I actually just heard about this.
And so if you read it, you'll find that if you're a good seed, you're not going to have any problems with this ordinance. If you're already doing everything you're supposed to do, there are no problems with it. If you aren't, that's what the ordinance is for, is to use it as leverage to make the bad seeds be good.
I hear some things with out of state owners not being able to come in for inspections, or having to shut our units down to have you guys over for inspections. If there's no complaints and no issues, why do all those extra doors, need to be there? If there's complaints and issues, that's when I would have, the inspections done to prove if I was doing something wrong, and then that also saves time.
If you read the ordinance, it says requires an annual inspection as may be requested of a vacation rental to verify compliance with provisions of the Florida Building Code, fire inspection, as required. It's not all the time. It's not every year. as may be requested. Nobody's read this ordinance. Everybody's jumped up and started complaining about it. I know some have, but it's a benign ordinance. If you're doing everything you need to do to operate your business, this thing's gonna be transparent to you.
But you're still gonna get people that are gonna complain, obviously, about the parking and the bars, and I just think I still, because you guys are having already a hard time following that 7-day, you can minimize the day-to-day follow-up, and you did something like that, Steve, where, you know, if there was a complaint, then you followed up, wouldn't that be less?
That's the way it usually works. We work on a complaint system.
So I just, you know, then it's all thrown out there, and then it's not a one size fits all.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to also remind everybody that that's exactly what this ordinance does require. It requires an owner, as part of their application, to submit a sketch. And that is the sketch. Yeah.
They brought up thousand things, but that one size fits all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I want to just let you know, I'm responsible for the enforcement. I'll be responsible for the enforcement of this ordinance. And I will let you know that our staff will not be out there hammering good owners that are doing what they're supposed to be doing. These ordinances are put in place. They're tools that we can use if needed. And that's what the chairman just said, as needed. So if we don't have the tools, we can't use them. And, but we will be focused on those bad seeds out there. And what I'm hearing is the good seeds were here tonight, concerned, and I rightfully so, I would be too. But we have a lot of bad seeds. And I know you guys, you probably know a few of them, but they're out there. And we need to put the tools in place so we can do it. Oh, sorry.
Here to address the chair.
Come to the mic. Are you done?
I was just gonna ask how you're gonna deal with the different occupancy. That was a big issue today. It sounded like a question here again.
The length,
You know, I
the
feel
length
like
of
if there's a
occupancy?
specific, hold that person accountable for that. And I just don't think you're gonna have to do that. It really pretty good there, with my line. And it's just.
Thank you. Do you want to come and talk? Tell me your name again.
Alexander.
What?
Alexander against the chair.
Alexander.
Sorry, I didn't get your name. Dave, sorry. Michael, I've been taking notes the whole night, and you're absolutely right. I think we've got all good seats in the room, no bad seats. And, you know, even if we're bad seats, we'll be further. Right? That's more. I think what I'm hearing is, and just for clarification, I'm an that live up in Gainesville, so some of these ordinances directly affect me. I would not be here in 6 minutes. I drove 6 hours to be here. Actually, one of my properties is right across the street. I own the one on Sella, which was a shack before I bought it, and homeless people.
Okay,
So-
go on. We've heard everything, all that. Just get to the
What
point.
I'm hearing here, honestly, is that the city has current enforcement issues, right? There might not be enough staff, there might not be enough resources available to actually activate what is being violated right now.
We're going to talk about that.
Is that, would that be accurate to say?
We are really going to talk about jacking the fees, the wrong term, setting the fees
You can
such
say that,
that
right? Set fees to bring more
to pay for that person, if we have to get another person
Mm-hmm.
to check the registration form, the fee payments, there are 7
And you
documents you
heard
got to
all
fill
the
out.
owners- you heard all the owners about all the fees and all the taxes that were already paid, which are not.
Well, they're not going to be any more than they're already paying, but they've got to document it. They got to submit the forms, and we got to have them so they can be checked. And right now, half the time, there's people out there that don't even have anything on record. And we're going to go deal with it.
Okay. May I also mention that what I'm observing is that maybe the city is lacking educational resources for the current short-term rental owners. You're saying you have 400 short-term rentals, but you only know of a couple, and you know a couple of bad people. I think, you know, the registration's fine. I'll register again, I'll pay another $55 to the city to be on file. I don't have a problem with that. But I think a big hole here is that the city's not doing enough to actually educate the people that might be out of towners, that can't be here all the time, that don't accidentally hear about things like this that I did. I heard it this weekend from my investment person, because I don't have the time or the resources to listen to this, right?
Well, that's what everybody tells us.
Yep, exactly, and that's the truth. So may I make a case for the board to decide, you know, passing more and more ordinances, which I think the city has plenty of them in place. I've been in touch with them. I had noise complaints. I remedied them. Like I said, I dealt with neighbors who are strictly against short-term vacation. I completely understand them. I've been in a residential area too. But they started literally harassing my guests, racial slurs, making up false complaints to the city, occupying the city, did not get penalized for those kind of things. And Chris has those things on file too. So I think there's a big educational here for the city.
So we got,
I was also going to ask Dave in a second, which of these ordinances actually are needed by the city that are not currently enforceable for other ordinances, like noise, like parking, and other things? I think most of these are covered through existing ordinances already by the city. I would like the council to point this out, what we can't enforce body that's already in place. Inspections are already part of the ordinances, so I don't know why we're doubling up. Before I started renting out, I had to get my business license. Inspection came through, fire, everything else. So why are we doing this again? Why is there a new ordinance needed for that? I also strongly suggest, after listening to this meeting, to extend the period for public input on these ordinances. As you can see, people randomly heard about them. You have a lot of people to address, over 400, as you just said, and you have not reached out to them or have not made it possible for them to reach out to you. I understand this is difficult with city councils, etc., but it is the case as we've heard multiple times today. So my suggestion to the council is to extend the period for public input on these ordinances. Invite hosts to actually sit down with the council, both the planning and zoning committee and the city council, and actually take input beyond 3 minutes. I also invite the planning and zoning board to actually review what these hosting platforms put into rules and regulations, because a lot of these rules and regulations are already covered by these ordinances as well. So you're doubling up on those. And then, you know, as we're reviewing existing ordinances, we had a couple of people giving input, maybe even consider the 7-day ordinance rentals. And also, just from what I heard from a couple of comments in here, get legal advice on these ordinances in regards to discriminatory issues, privacy, and other issues.
sir, we have one of the finest municipal attorneys in the state here to give us legal advice.
Mhm.
Get over it, move on. We've been there, done that.
Yeah, and like I said, would really like to see some more hard facts on all these assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, and then that's it. We're going to talk, or we may not talk. We may put it off and talk some more later. I don't know. It depends on how I can hold out. It's 9 o'clock. I turn into a pumpkin at it.
Yeah, thank you for taking this time. We really do appreciate it.
Make it short. What point do you want to make that we haven't already talked about?
What we really contribute financially to the city. I can tell you, we alone in the past year contributed over $700,000 in sales and use taxes to the county and the state in 1 year. I don't know how much that boils down to the city, but
How do we get our cut out of it?
Sales and use taxes are generated through the state, and there's a sharing, revenue sharing formula.
So we just get our share out of the big state pot.
Share out of the big pot. Yeah, the fact that a business collects sales tax in Cape Canaveral is irrelevant from the, I think, cost sharing or revenue sharing formula.
So you pay a lot of taxes.
yeah, so.
We don't see much of it.
$700,000, I don't know how it breaks down to which person. I can tell you, we generate a lot of revenue. We collect the same taxes as a hotel, so it's not, it's not, we're not paying taxes. We are collecting the same things, and from my perspective, at least, I can't speak for everyone, we're not asking to be treated, to skirt the rules, not being treated like, we want to be treated fairly, similarly to the hotel. I don't think these rules about checking in on guests and checking into a hotel for their sexual, I don't think that applies to hotels. We're not asking, we're asking to be treated similar. You wouldn't ask that at a hotel.
We're not levying any new, let me make this clear, we're not levying any new taxes. We're going to go after the record keeping to make sure everybody pays.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
That was, my comment was for, we wanted to be treated like a hotel. You're not requiring a hotel to do, check-ins on sexual predator background checks and this.
We get it.
Okay. Okay. I'm the current president of at least 2 condominium associations.
What's the new point you're gonna make that we haven't already beat to death tonight?
We have full-time, live-in, on-site property managers that manage these properties 24/7, around the clock. We deal with these issues before it ever even gets to the point of having to get the county or the city involved with by law.
What's come through loud and clear tonight, and you may not think so. We see, get it. There's a lot of self-policing done by the owners, and much more than we would think. What we're going after is the bad seeds, and we're going to give ourselves an ordinance. When you try to enforce an ordinance or enforce anything, if you don't have an ordinance to back it up, you got nothing. You just got somebody down there waving their arms, maybe an attorney, maybe a cop, saying, be quiet. If you violated an ordinance, now you're talking. You got something to hold over their head to get something done. And that's what ordinance is for. We're not here to add anything new that we don't already have.
I fully agree with you, and I think reasonable and responsible enforceable rules are great. I think we should register with you. I think there should be very reasonable rules put in place to help weed out the bad actors. All I'm asking is to please consider some of these ordinances that are beyond the scope of something that's reasonable for someone to actually be able to.
We are. We're going to talk about that when we get a chance.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I request that we cut off public comment. Everybody's had at least one opportunity to speak now. There's multiple, we've heard them. If we could just move on, I'd appreciate it.
I hear that. You're exactly right. Do we need a motion to do that, or we just move into discussion?
The chair can just close public input.
Okay, as chair, I'm cutting off public input. Thank you all very much. We got an education. We listened, and we in spite of what the gentleman back there, he's gone now. We do understand a lot more about your business than you know. Some of us are engineers, some of us are business people, some of us are real estate people. So we know a little bit. Okay, we're now into discussion period, and I'm going to ask you, the panel, do you want to keep on after 9 o'clock tonight, or you want to put this off for another day? I personally don't care what I don't care. We can do it either way. We'll keep going.
So I think last month we came to kind of a tentative, loosely consensus on a couple of those.
Yeah,
And
I
maybe
agree.
we could certainly tonight do the sexual predator one and maybe 1 or 2 others that we seem to all kind of have an agreement or some
Yeah.
thoughts on.
Let's do that. Let's do number 5 first. How do we feel about requiring sexual predator?
Mr. Chairman, can I request a 5-minute break?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. We're adjourned for 5 minutes.
I did not eat. But I didn't take the dinner out of the refrigerator. Oh.
I know. That's right. We're gonna try to.
You told me. Did you tell me that?
Very good. That's right. Maybe about the town, maybe I'll come for that. That's the only way we can do the 7 days. Well, that's the other part. If you want. As long as that's yeah, we discussed that.
Okay, John, let's go to work. All right. Yes, ma'am. Okay, who are we missing? What, yeah, we've got one outside.
He'll be back in 2 minutes.
We're rounding the third term. We're gonna get there. I think we've been beat into submission. Okay, here comes member number 7.
And I'm like,
Thank you.
I didn't want it, not order at least.
Hang in there. We're about done. All right, let's go to work. The P and Z board is back in session. Find the seat. All right, we said for our discussion, we would, of recommendations, we would go to number 5, section 110, 486, parenthesis H. Requires an owner to inquire prior to check in any attended occupant is a sexual predator or offender. Somebody give me some words about what we want to recommend to council.
Can I just give a little background of what I researched on
Go
this?
ahead.
And I've asked people.
Go ahead and identify yourself for the record.
Susan Denny. So I've asked several people, even counselors or whatever. I mean, I actually said the same thing last time. I've never been to a hotel and somebody asked me if I'm a sexual predator. I did, however, find out that anybody can go on a website, national website. You don't even ask the question. You go, John Doe, you know, he lives in Michigan. You know, you can do that. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm totally for it or against it right now, but it's not an extra cost for a background check. The concern was that you're renting in a residential area where you can be closer to schools and playgrounds and stuff like that. And the hotels are usually a little bit further away. And so I've had, you know, the mixed emotions, you know, because when we talked about this last time, yeah, I don't want to ask anybody if they're a sexual predator. They're not going to tell me the truth. That's not the way to do it. But if I go on to www, I got a bookmark here, I can tell you that. So, I mean, it can be a silent check, but I just wanted to let you know that piece of information I had found out.
I have a question. When people are booking, do they have the name of every person that's going to be staying there, that would be advisable, or do they have the person that's, I'm booking for my family?
Yeah, when I use VRBO, Airbnb all the time, so I'm a huge supporter of the concept. I've never been, I've never A, been asked that, and B, I've never been asked who the names or any identifying social security numbers or anything like that for the occupants.
Yeah.
I have to give the number of occupants, but the individuals.
At check-in, though, you generally get a name and a credit card number. Who's going to pay?
Yeah, and that's me, usually in my situation.
So
But-
if you get that information, you know, the name, number of the person who paid,
You
you
check
got
it
enough
first.
to go on if you have to later.
May I add also, there's no practical way to enforce that. Even if they did say list all 5 people staying, you could sub out 2 of them to sexual predators and who would know?
Right.
There's
I
no
agree.
way to enforce that.
I agree. I don't think there is an enforcement. I just wanted to let you guys know I found out it's very easy to go on a website.
Okay, we've heard from the right side. How about over here on the left side? Any comments about that?
Well, I think we discussed most everything we've heard tonight, we discussed last week. So I don't think I gathered anything new. We all had our concerns about this one last time.
Yeah.
We knew that it was going to be very difficult to enforce. We have to remember that these were given to us from the city council
Yes.
to take a look at.
And they wanted our input after we looked at it.
Yes, and we had a long discussion on this last week. And I don't see any real way that you can enforce that.
About you? Okay. I think the panel's made it clear then that this is not one that we care to recommend up to the council. In fact, we could recommend that they just drop it from the ordinance. In fact, I like that if you're going to make a motion about it. I'm going to ask you for a motion on each one of these, by the way. So would somebody like to offer up a motion about number 5? Section 110, 486H.
I'll make a motion that we drop it from our recommendation to the city council. This is Nancy Jennifer.
You want to drop I'm just going to ask you, you want to drop a recommendation or you want to recommend to them that they drop that out of the ordinance?
I think it should be dropped out of the ordinance. I'd like that to be my recommendation.
Your motion? Okay, may I have a second?
I second the motion, Stephen Stroud.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to recommend to the council they drop section 110.486 parenthesis H from the ordinance. Patty, call the roll.
Mr. Russell,
For.
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Denny,
For the motion.
Miss Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
For the motion.
Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go ahead and remove that from the ordinance, but just so it's clear on the records that there's no misunderstanding. Since 2006, Brevard County has an ordinance on the books which requires or makes it unlawful for property owners to knowingly let or rent a structure or place or residence to a sexual offender or sexual predator within 1,000 feet of any school, daycare, park, or playground. So notwithstanding the fact that this provision would be removed from the ordinance, that county ordinance has been on the books since 2006. So I just wanted to state that for the record for clarification.
Okay, then let me ask the board, point of order, shall we reopen that discussion for a new motion?
I don't think that's what Anthony's recommending. He's just
No.
saying that there are some restrictions that
Are in
automatically-
place today. We've heard, I just want to clarify.
But if they leave it out of this ordinance, it doesn't abrogate anything else on the books of the state.
Or the county. County
Okay.
currently has an ordinance on the books, so I didn't want the public to have a misunderstanding because, this provision would be removed from this ordinance, that there aren't already provisions in the county code which require.
So that's,
some
this would
due
be one of those
diligence.
redundant.
Yeah.
In some respects, yes,
Yes.
it was redundant. And it was put in there, as Dave mentioned before, a lot of stuff was put into this ordinance for discussion purposes. You were given a breadth of things to look at.
Yeah.
We knew through public hearing process, some would be changed, some would be eliminated, but on that issue of sexual predator and offender, I thought it was important enough for me to just clarify
Yeah.
tonight again that there is a county ordinance that's on the books.
And I'm comfortable as long as there's something there covering that part.
And we thank you for that clarification. So we're on safe ground with our motion.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, let's go up to the next one, number 4. Looks like we might be able to wrestle that one down. This one requires an owner to maintain a 3-year log of all bookings of the unit to include dates and numbers of occupants. Now, the question here is at check-in, the owner or representative, whoever collects the money, they get the information from the person that's going to pay the bill. So do we want to, and the date, so do we want them to record the number of occupants? And would somebody like to say some words about that?
I spoke on this one last time. You can put anything.
Name.
Oh, Michael Miller. I feel like you can put anything in one of these logbooks. I could register my name as Lamar Russell if I wanted to, and nobody knew the difference.
That is true.
I think it's a waste of time.
Do you mind if I ask, what was the intention of that? Or do you know?
I don't think stab at that one. The intention was simply this, for discussion purposes, put in, this issue about maintaining a log. The intent of the log was only narrowly tailored to address 2 issues. And this is the only information that the city would require in the log. The actual booking in days, and then the number of occupants for that booking, because the city has a minimum 7-day rental requirement. And if this ordinance were to move forward with maximum occupancy, there would be a maximum occupancy requirement as well. So the thought was to have the owner put that information in the log that would be accessible to the city. Granted, they could put anything in the log, but the intent of this was not to ask for any more information than the stay and the number of occupants for that stay only. There was no request for like identifying the name and address of the occupant, the age of the occupant, none of that. is what's required.
And if I understand correctly, that information is information that's given at the time you book the vacation rental, in most cases anyway.
Maybe.
So it would be just a matter of taking advantage of records that are already there.
Except number of occupants.
It's board discussion right now, point of order, so I'll just
Yeah.
give that to the chair. Do you want to take more public input in the middle of your discussion? Because Robert's rules are, once discussion of the board starts.
Yeah.
And the time belongs to the board
Okay.
now, not
Let's,
the audience.
let's not run afoul of the rules. Let's just go ahead and proceed. Well, my feeling about something like this is we can put it in the ordinance. I recommend it. We can drive it around a while, see how it works for us. And if it becomes a big pain in the rear end and there's good logic for excluding it, we can do that later. But for now, we could go ahead and recommend it.
My
I think
next question would be,
the council really is interested in.
Maybe we could change the wording to include for the express reasons that you just mentioned.
But we could certainly add that language because it was only limited to the
Yeah.
the dates and the number of occupants.
Uh-huh.
If this ordinance were to go forward and the city were to engage a company like Host Compliance or ProChamp, it is possible that some of that data may be provided through those software packages.
Okay.
We're not quite sure how reliable and accurate that information is, but they do capture that information from public sources that they review on the internet through proprietary like software. So I just wanted to point that out as well, that's kind of looming, as the manager mentioned in the background, trying to obtain and ascertain more information about how these rentals are occurring in the city.
Okay, so how do we want to frame a motion about that? What you're thinking, get on, gang, and figure out a motion for us. Or maybe Anthony can word it for us and we'll do it that way. What works for us, Anthony?
Well, I'd like the suggestion that was made about adding language that the log is only limited to dates and the number of occupants and no other information is required in the log.
that's what it says.
Mr. Chairman, John Price, I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with item number 4, section 110-46G5, as with the suggested changes that
City attorney.
city attorney has just suggested. To limit date and number of occupants. Yes, thank you.
What is different than what it already says?
Reading off the screen.
Understood.
different.
I'm asking for clarity. It is the same thing.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Well, I don't think they have the language about limiting. Because the way it's worded, actually worded in the draft ordinance and not on the summary that's on the screen. It says maintain for 3 years a log of all bookings at the vacation rental, including the dates of each rental and number of occupants. And said log shall be available for inspection by the city to determine compliance with this section. Nothing herein shall be construed to require the provision of personal information of the occupants. So we could add language that, maintain for 3 years a log of all bookings at the vacation rental, limited to the dates of each rental and the number of occupants, something like that.
Also, what you're reading is different than what we have.
I'm reading from the actual ordinance itself. Up on your screen, what we've been using as a guide is really a condensed version.
Okay, I'm with it.
So we could replace include with limited to.
Yeah, limited like solely to or something like that. I can wordsmith it later, but I get the intent.
Right.
Is to make sure it's just that information and that information is
So we'll reword the ordinance based on this recommendation.
correct.
Before we approve a motion, I want to make sure I understand another comment. There is a possibility that the company that the city would employ to register vacation rentals would be able to provide that information. If they are able to provide that information, do you want that burden to also be on the owner? Or if this company can do it, just let that company do it, and it's not a burden on the owner?
Of course, but I mean, my feeling would be, if it can be done through software, then let's do it.
So that's a conditional motion perhaps, that if it cannot be done by a software company, then the burden belongs to the owner.
It sounds like pretty
If the
simple language.
software.
I don't know how to word that, but I
If the
like it.
software company can provide that,
Yeah.
why have the owner do
Exactly.
redundancy?
Exactly.
And who's going to monitor that?
Well, the software company would provide the data to staff.
And the software would monitor it instead of the staff.
Yes, exactly.
That's my point. It's a redundant thing.
Right. So perhaps a motion could be that we approve the language limited to date and number of occupancies, preferably by the software company. But if the software company cannot provide that, then that is a burden on the owner.
That's more of an that's more of an operational condition, not a text change to the ordinance. So I think what the manager's saying, that if this moves forward and staff ascertains that that information can be acquired through the software company, then there's no need to have this provision in the ordinance.
As an owner burden, yes.
I mean, have you ever registered at any hotel that they didn't have the dates and the number of occupancies? I mean, I have to do that every time I register something.
What's the question in terms of the burden on the owner, or the burden or on the software?
I think it should be on the software.
Hope it is.
Well, and it's going to be more accurate if it's by the software instead of by the owner.
But I could speak to the software. It may or may not be. We're not.
I think basically what we're asking is let's keep our options open. We anticipate the software to be able to provide us that information. That's one of the critical components of us looking into this, is to help us enforce our 7-day minimum. That's the crux of this software, is the tool they're going to provide. However, if it can't for some reason, then we're saying, hey, we might fall back on this. But
This would just be my suggestion. If the first software company couldn't tell you the dates and the occupants, we look at another software.
yeah, as I said, that's the crux of the
And
requirement.
I understand that.
But the bottom line is, we don't have a software company in place
No.
at this point, and we're making a motion at this point. Yeah.
It is an assumption.
So staff can at least record consensus that this board wants to have access to that information, but more information is needed as to where that source of information will be. If that's the intent, we can just record that as a consensus of the intent that it's valuable information that we want to have. We just don't know from which source it's going to come at this point.
You don't need that in our recommendation. If we recommend we maintain a 3-year lock, period, we recommend that to the council. Put in the ordinance however you please. We would agree that maintain a 3-year lock. How we use that ordinance or data, how we use that data and where we get it follows. It just follows. We're not trying to tell you how to do that.
Understood.
So.
Is that part of your recommendation?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, what did you recommend, John?
Is that all part of your motion, John?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think maybe I clouded everything.
Well, let me see if I can add oil to the fire. We could recommend to the council that they require the owner to maintain a 3-year lock for dates and number of occupants. Period. That's our motion. Now, Anthony can take that and work it into whatever does the job for us. And let the council, approve it.
Take the motion.
So, the motion is, we recommend to the council the, let's see, it usually helps me to write my motion down, but once you start talking, you start improvising. How will I write it?
I can offer a suggestion.
Go ahead.
I guess my suggestion would be that paragraph G5 regarding the log be revised to clarify that the 3-year log shall be limited solely to information containing the dates of each rental and number of occupants.
So moved. Lamar Russell.
John Price, second.
Okay,
Who made the motion? Mr. Russell? You made the motion?
yes. I said my name. Okay, four.
And Mr. Price, you seconded?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Mr. Russell?
Four.
Mr. Price?
For the motion.
Ms. Denny?
Or
Ms. Gentlecore?
For the motion.
Dr. Miller?
For the motion.
And Mr. Stroud?
For the motion.
Okay, that one's a little tricky. Moving up to number 3. Draft ordinance restricts owner from independently renting or leasing as a vacation rental and accessory structure for sleeping. I think we get that. That accessory structure, you can use it as long as it's part of the vacation rental contract.
Independent.
Okay, so we can recommend that one straight up.
I think we heard from most of the people in the audience tonight that they didn't have a problem with that either.
Okay, let me throw a little thought your way about this provision. I was mentioning it during the recess. This ordinance was drafted pertaining to vacation rentals, but this is one of those provisions that could apply generally and uniformly around the city with respect to accessory structures being used as sleeping quarters. That might be something to consider because accessory structures are not permitted for individual dwelling units, and they're not permitted for sleeping in most cases, right? They would have to go through the building code permitting process to be constructed as bona fide sleeping facilities. So, you know, part of this provision is to prohibit that type of use of an accessory structure.
So you could recommend that number 3 is abandoned. Just don't even address it or recommend.
Or address it as just a general provision in the code, applicable generally, not just to vacation rentals. That's my thought. It's possible. Place it elsewhere in 110. Right, place it elsewhere in chapter 110, so it's not limited to vacation rentals. It could apply to, some other, just owner or occupied dwelling unit.
See if you can craft a clear declaration of what that is. And I'm up for a motion.
Well, I think we're talking about rental units, right? So if there was a motion by this,
We're talking about vacation rentals.
well, yeah, if there's a motion by this board that this be stricken from the vacation rental proposed ordinance and instead come back another time with another ordinance that applies generally to all rentals regarding the prohibition of sleeping in accessory structures or the rental, separate rental of accessory structures. We could come back to the board with that a month or two later.
So give us some words for that to recommend. Is that
Strike three in its entirety. Strike three in its entirety and bring it back to the board as a proposed ordinance of general applicability. I like that, because I think there's some language currently in the accessory building code parcels.
You have Robert's rules, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a motion?
So Lamar Russell recommends Lamar Russell moves that we adopt the wording from the city attorney to come back with another ordinance.
Remove from the vacation rental ordinance and bring it back to you in the form of an ordinance of general applicability.
That is it. Yes. So moved.
John Price would like to second that motion.
All right. We're doing well.
Mr. Russell,
For,
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Jenny,
For.
Miss Gentlecore, Dr. Miller,
For the motion.
and Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
please excuse my ineptitude. I moved that before I asked you before you had any input, but I thought I was reading everybody okay, so I'll try not to do that again.
You were fine.
All right. We're now at item number 2, section 110, 486D. Establish maximum overnight occupancy limits for vacation rentals. You know, we got a lot of good input about that from everybody. And it looks to me like Anthony's first cut at the ordinance that allows all those variations covers everything we heard tonight. But that's just my thought. Okay.
Yeah,
You know, we had some discussion about this the last meeting as well. And it seemed as though we never really came to total agreement about how that should be handled. And I don't know, I kind of feel like maybe this needs some more discussion. But before we have discussion, I feel like I'd like to get a little bit more education about, you know, how this is administered, how the vacation rental owners administer this. I mean, what is their criteria for determining how many people can stay overnight in a vacation rental unit and that type of thing? You know, how is their criteria different than the criteria that's being suggested by the city? And how they justify that?
My thought is, as we listened tonight, the owners, when they're renting out their units, pretty much self-police the occupancy according to their equipment, if they can accommodate sleepers, beds, rooms.
Well, I have an issue with that though, because I have a strong feeling that not all vacation rentals in the city of Cape Canaveral are Airbnb or VRBO. That some of the vacation rentals are not subscribing to those services, that they're doing it on their own and advertising it in, you know, things like Craigslist and that kind of thing. And so, although agencies like Airbnb and VRBO may have some impact on that, and it sounded to me like they did, you know, when they said how many bedrooms there were, then VRBO people said, well, then that means you can have a maximum occupancy of this based on that. I have a really strong feeling that not all vacation rentals are governed by or subscribe to Airbnb or VRBO, that, you know, they're just independent rentals. So,
if we're gonna, by that law, we're gonna have to nail down some criteria.
I agree with you, and I'm not ready to vote on this one tonight.
yeah,
I think there's too much more
I
discussion.
think it
we need to
requires
do.
more discussion and perhaps, you know, more information for us to absorb before we discuss it.
If I remember correctly, last month, this was the hottest ticket item.
Yeah.
We discussed this longer than any one of the other ones.
Yeah.
So I think that, I agree with you. I think we need more education on it before we vote on this one.
If that's the will of the board, what education are you?
I don't know, Dave. So, no, what I heard these people out here tonight saying was that, you know, in a house that's 3,000 square feet, we can easily handle 14 people. I want to know what the criteria is that they're using for that. Obviously, it's not the number of bedrooms or square footage. How, you know, what are they saying? Okay, we're going to convert the refrigerator into a sleeper? I don't know.
The one
know.
woman mentioned that she could hold 24 people.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, in a single bedroom, you could put bunk beds and handle 6 people in a single bedroom. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do, but I'd like to know what they're using as their criteria to make those decisions.
When I reviewed both the websites, Airbnb and VRBO, or whatever it's called, you know, they let the owners determine the maximum occupancy that they have, right? And it looks like most of the things, just like Dave, you said, it's usually two people per bed plus 2 is kind of, it seemed like a general thing that I've looked at on the different websites.
You know, that feels really comfortable. I mean, I think that's probably, if I had the magic wand and said, what's the number? That's probably the way that I go. But I heard a lot of people tonight say something different, and I'm just wondering, you know, where they get that from. You know,
Well, I think though, if we do this registration, I think that people were good with doing the registration, you know, at a reasonable fee, and having the sketches, just like the young lady who gave the barn, you know, the horse thing. You know, the staff's going to look over all of that. Here's a 2-bedroom, you know, the 1 bath, and do you have parking? You know, enough parking. That should be enough data to let them be flexible and not get overcrowded.
Back into a lot of this, because really, I think 90% of the units are going to be, the occupancy is going to be driven by available parking.
Exactly.
Because a lot of the units in the city probably have 2 or 3, or maybe at the most 4 parking spaces.
The other issue we're going around on are children under 6 or 8. Should they be included as adults?
and we talked about doing a basis on the number of bathrooms instead of bedrooms. And I want to just ask the attorney, is there more on your side of this than what we're seeing here? Because the last one, you had a different one than what we have here on our screen. So on number 2, what does yours say from the council?
It's on page 10 of 6.
Page 10 of 6. Yeah, if you pulled up the draft ordinance, it's on, begins on line 8, page 10, maximum occupancy.
But then it looks like Alex out there probably has the answer to this. Might behoove us to make an exception to your input off the floor to help us with this.
That's the board's prerogative during discussion.
Eric, you're running the show.
Well, I'm asking, well, yeah, but Anthony's our, what do you call it, rules of order.
Well, the rules of order would permit additional input, provided that the board wanted to entertain additional input. after the input, after the general public comment section is concluded, so.
So I would
the
just
rules
toss
don't
it to
prevent you.
the board if they want to hear something that Alex is itching to tell us. We could have the motion to hear it, or we could just keep moving. Sounds like we got-
I'll make a motion to let Alex give us a little bit more input, so maybe we can get over this. This is Susan Denny,
I'll second it.
On the issue of occupancy,
occupancy.
We'll call the roll, Betty.
Mr. Russell,
Hold on.
Mr. Price,
I'm confused. What are we voting on?
whether to,
To allow Alex to speak? Oh.
well, to provide, the public comment is ended. If the board's prerogative, if the board wants to entertain, receive more information from someone during your discussion period, then you can vote to allow more information to be presented to you. And that's the motion that's on the floor, to allow this person to speak, provide more information on the issue of occupancy only. So he would be presenting to you at your request that information, and nothing more and nothing less.
Just seems like we've got some.
I'm for the motion, with stipulation that we limit it to 3 minutes.
So there's a motion on the floor to allow him to present more
I'm
information
for
on
the motion.
occupancy.
For the motion.
If any member wants to limit that input to 3 minutes, a motion would be, a second would be required on the proposed amendment to the motion. The proposed amendment being limited to 3 minutes.
I'll withdraw the limitation
Now
of 3
that
minutes.
it's
I'll say for the motion.
That's okay.
That makes it easier.
For the motion.
I mean, what's the reason we haven't always heard?
Don't know.
Okay, and continue the roll call.
Mr. Russell,
For.
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Denny,
For the motion.
Miss Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
Against.
and Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
Okay, we got,
You need to start speaking more into your,
Microphone.
yeah, because it's almost like you're muted and we're not gonna be able to hear it.
take your mask off when you speak into the mic. Okay, make it quick. We just weren't getting down occupancy, so give us some criteria.
Giving you an example, at one townhouse in James, two bedrooms, in addition to that, the sleeping out, but only one bathroom. So, and it has a loft, which is beds, so that makes maximum occupancy of 8 people. Then I allow, as many others have said, the post with a lot of restriction on these renters by themselves. I think if the city is considering an ordinance like that, I think, as you said before, more input is required, and I think it needs to be very carefully tailored because there's so many exceptions. You know, one bedroom houses, 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bath. There's too many variations to consider. Maybe a total maximum occupancy based on square footage is something reasonable. Yeah.
Alex, I got a quick question. Does VRBO or Airbnb dictate the occupancy, or is that strictly left to the property owner?
It is restricted by the equipment you are providing. So if I put in 2 beds, I cannot allow 8 people on 2 beds. But like you said before, that would only apply to use Airbnb and VRBO. So there's some concern from the city that I completely understand. But on the major platforms, you cannot host 12 people if you only have. It's not possible. Nor would anybody book.
We could wind up surveying the entire universe to cover all the variations.
And that is the complication here. I think square footage with exceptions or applications for exceptions might be a feasible solution since everybody's going to have to register. Just state your maximum occupancy, make a case why, and have it listed with the city. The other problem that I had was just quick to wrap this up on the law and the maximum occupancy. We have notions of guest can register and book a place, and it only says one person who might show up because they saw a weekends. So the log and the software will have very, very many limitations on what the cities actually make you capture. I am in software development. I know what I'm talking about. These registrations allow for one person to book and not specifying any other guests. So even though you're requiring the log can say one person. Maximum occupancy 8 people. They might show up with 12 and get away from the person. Yes, I can look at security cameras.
Okay, you can stop now. We're no better off now than we were when we started. I get it.
And I'm afraid you'll get a lot of different input on this question that is I think you'll be chasing your tail on this. I think personally, I believe the board needs to make a policy decision on what you feel is best for the city of Cape.
When I walked in here tonight, I thought 8 people max. Don't care how big the house is. 8 people max is big enough to have a gathering, a party, a family gathering, and 8 people. But that's what you put down. That's what you work with. You don't know whether you can enforce it or not. At least that's a number you can write down and defend. That's me. Over to you, Steve.
One comment I think I want to make is condos where rentals and apartments type structures where these rentals are taking place, they've already got their established limits as to what they allow in their HOA agreement.
That's true.
Is that true? So, maybe a percentage of this problem's already kind of is taking care of itself. And I do know where the concern is. You see single family structures that residences that is the real issue. Some of these folks have gone a long way to accommodate those things by having those extra facilities in there. Leaves us in a very tough position to make a decision this time. Some of them have accommodated quite well. Also sounds like there's a level of policing, as I'm regurgitating what's said before, by the Airbnbs and all the other organizations. Sounds like they've got a level of policing there too. So, no further comment.
Well, it's like we said, the good seeds don't even need this ordinance. It's the bad seeds that we need the ordinance to use as leverage to make them correct themselves.
I just don't know how big of a hammer we need to give them. That's
right.
How small one. So many words.
I say once again, we're having more discussion over this item than we did any of the other items, just like last time. And I go back to what Dave said. You had a room full of people here tonight. There were the good seats, but there were, 50 out of 400. So I'm more concerned about the others. I'm not concerned about the people here tonight. And I have some real issues with this.
Well, what issues?
Too many people in a house.
Absolutely.
I mean, I could take a bedroom and I could put 4 beds in it for 2 people a piece.
So 8 people on the property is enough.
I think it's plenty.
So, that's my feeling. I understand about variables and I understand about mixing the formula, but you can drive yourself crazy with it. If you just settle down on a common sense number, 8 people is enough to have a good, strong vacation gathering.
Then I want to come back to having kids.
So that this proposal said maximum of 8 people for up to 2,000 square feet, 10 people for 3,000. Is that correct? Am I remembering it correctly?
It's on page 10.
So, we can't use 8 if we're listening to recommendations here. We can't use 8 as a magic number. It has to be related to the square footage of that.
Then use Anthony's formula already in the ordinance.
Yeah. Yep. And when I walked in here tonight, I thought that was the perfect solution. I heard a lot of people out here tonight that were very passionate and emotional. I'm kind of an emotional guy.
So where we at? What did you settle on, just so I know the thing? What you willing to go with Anthony's already proposed ordinance? Or do you want to craft?
boy.
See, that's the quandary you can get into. You can't.
I mean, you're right. A decision has to be made at some point, and I mean, it's primarily a motion that we were listening to tonight. The facts that were presented to us based on regulations that have been set by other municipalities and that kind of thing kind of is consistent with what we have here. And so I guess I would like to just propose that we go along with those recommendations.
Which are
As written.
Yeah. The president is already proposed in his ordinance. Okay. How about you?
What you're suggesting then is it's number of bedrooms plus square footage using that formula? So that you could have 14 people if it's 4,500 or.
Anthony, what was that page?
10.
Page 10.
That's why I was double checking. Yeah, okay. But it's the same, isn't it? You know, square footage.
It's also excluding the number of kids under 6 years old. So you could have 10 kids on top of the 14 people.
I was surprised when I looked, because you struggle with it. You want so badly to be fair, and not for people, but on the other hand, I've experienced some not so good situations. I was surprised Cocoa Beach, they just flat out say 2 occupants per bedroom for a total of 8. I mean, they don't fool around, so you have a 4,500 square foot house, and Cocoa Beach is looking at 8.
And
But I think
I
we're
was
being
described-
kinder, I guess, is what
I
I'm
was-
saying.
I helped obviously scribe all of this, but David, the city manager, myself talked about this. We knew generally what the lay of the land was out there, and we came up with something that would provide actually more flexibility based on square footage of homes rather than just a hard cap.
Correct. And I also want to keep pounding this drum that this is going to be used against our bad, with our bad seeds. Our good seeds may have 14 people in a 2,000 square foot house, and there may never be any complaints, may never be any issues. So,
So it gives us leverage for enforcement.
Yeah, and I want
who
to
will deal with bad seeds.
go back to something that Alex said a moment ago, that they can't control how many people actually come in. Likewise, the bad seeds, we can't control that they would actually follow this. But if we have a number in there as a target and we find out that a bad seed violated, now we can do something about it.
That's the leverage of the ordinance.
That's the whole purpose of most of our ordinances.
So we're back to our original on page 10 recommendation. Page 10 as written by Anthony's draft.
But John Price, I'd like to make a motion that we accept section 110-46D, establishing maximum overnight occupancy as written.
Stephen Stroud seconds that motion.
Okay.
Mr. Russell,
For
Mr. Price,
the motion.
Miss Denny,
For the motion.
Miss Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
Against.
Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
Well, whatever your position, that was good work by the panel. Appreciate that mental effort. All right, that brings us up to number 1, which is annual inspection as requested. And we talked about that one last time, and my position then was do the annual inspections and have somebody hired on to do it, as well as monitor all the forms. There's 7, 8 forms that have to be recorded in the city to operate one of these animals.
Mr. Chair, point of order. It has reached 10 o'clock. Typically our boards and council, unless it applies differently here, Anthony, let me know, requires a super majority vote, motion and a vote to continue past 10 o'clock and a specified number of minutes to do so.
Okay. Before I make that motion, let me just ask Randall, are you inclined to spend a few more minutes? You think we can get there on this one? Or not? My position is gonna be, if you don't hire special, if you don't, excuse me, but I'm gotta make the point so before we decide to proceed. My position will be to argue for hiring a person and setting the fees to pay for that person. To monitor all this paperwork, read the software reports. Dave's not gonna have time to do all that. He says he's gonna enforce it. He's ultimately responsible because he's the manager. But to have feet on the ground and eyes on the paper is gonna require another person. That's my, my going in argument. But I can get the stuff. You wanna, argue about it some more than that, or you wanna? That's not a motion, that was a thought. How much longer do you want to go, guys? Chairman, I'll give it up 15 minutes of my time.
Yeah.
As long as we can get through this, I'll go with 15.
Yeah, rather than having to come back again.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion that we extend this, this meeting an additional 15 minutes.
Michael Miller seconds.
Don Price made the motion.
Mr. Russell,
For
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Jenny,
For the motion.
Miss Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
For the motion.
Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
all right, here we are again. We're talking about inspections. Go ahead.
The way I read this is, once again, and we made that point earlier tonight, is that an annual inspection may be requested. Not necessarily every unit is going to be required to have an annual inspection. It's based on, you know, some, I don't know, something that may cause there to be, it may cause there a desire to have an inspection. The way it's worded is that it may be requested, and I like that wording. I think we should go with it.
Mr. Chairman, I can give a scenario when that may be requested. Let's say we've got our software monitoring company. They're monitoring reports. They're monitoring the reviews. They bring information to staff that there's a dangerous situation at this rental. That may be enough to trigger the request for an inspection. Otherwise, we're not just going to go Gestapo like knocking on doors wanting to inspect without a reason.
Please do.
Been involved in fire inspections for some 35 years now. Describe to me what type of inspections. What is that inspector going to do?
Well,
Would it be a
minimum,
fire inspector?
it would be, we've been in this road before, about 15 years ago when we were first starting to do vacation rental ordinances. We had a building inspector go out and a fire inspector go out, because both of them, their disciplines inspect for different minimum code compliance issues. So an inspection would likely require both disciplines.
I'm not so concerned, I'll speak of the townhomes, condos and such, because they all have fire systems. Those are all, and those are already required by law. So just want some clarification on the type of safety inspection and such, and then maybe a building inspection.
Sure. I mean, we might have gotten a complaint that the balcony railings are loose. And that's certainly.
When they come in for their initial certificate, would you require an inspection of the home then to make sure they've got all the fire?
Initial registration does not trigger the requirement for an inspection according to this ordinance.
So how would we know that they have a fire extinguisher and they have proper ingress, egress, stuff like that?
That would be part of, when they initially apply for a city BTR, business tax receipt, Part of that application is they're required to submit their DPBR, their state license. My understanding is, as part of that state license, there is a inspection by the fire department to check for these things that you're talking about, Chair.
Well, okay, we could drive that around as it is. I can support that. I'll fight the battle of the extra personnel later. That's not in this ordinance, by the way, so I don't have to do it tonight.
We're thinking about that.
Yeah, right.
As we're going to be as I said earlier, we're going to be establishing a resolution that we're going to be drafting a resolution that'll establish a fee for these annual registrations.
Mm-hmm.
The anticipation is that that fee will help offset the cost of any additional staff that's required.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, that's another point that was brought up tonight was, I believe the quote was, all these regulations are going to cost the taxpayers money. The goal is not that. The goal is that all these regulations are funded through the registration fee so that the general taxpayers do not get burdened by this at all.
Okay, so that brings us to a motion, I think. Unless there's any further input, discussion. And we've used up 6 minutes of our 15. About to the right over here. Any input? Anybody want to say any more? You don't want to wrestle it any longer, huh? Okay. That looks to me like we can just recommend that verbiage as it stands.
Michael Miller, I make a motion that we accept it as is.
Is there?
Crowd seconds the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. So, Patty, please call the roll.
Mr. Russell,
For.
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Denny,
For the motion.
Miss Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
For the motion.
and Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
Okay, that brings us to the end of the agenda. I will not belabor it any longer.
Mr. Chair, you could really drive this home very simply by one more motion, which just says, we recommend approval of ordinance number, I forget what it's called, just 10/2021 with the following amendments, and we'll list 1 through 5. 1 is approved as written, 2 is approved as written, 3 is stricken entirely, 4 is approved with 1 amendment to limit to dates and number of occupants, and 5 strike entirely. If that motion were made tonight, you're done with it.
And that is the motion I will make. Lamar Russell so moves.
And Michael Miller seconds.
Okay, now do we have a vote?
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, actually.
The only clarification, however, is number 3, while it's being removed, there was a recommendation to bring it back as an ordinance of general applicability.
Yeah.
So that needs to be incorporated into the, you read them so fast, but there's some caveats to some of the.
Would it help if I restated the motion?
Yes, please restate the motion.
My understanding is that this body would like to make a recommendation to City Council to approve the ordinance as written with the following amendments. Provision 110-486F regarding inspections stays as is. Provision 110-46D regarding maximum overnight occupancy stays as is. Provision 110-46I regarding accessory structures is stricken entirely. Instead, the board requests staff return with an ordinance of general applicability regarding accessory structures. 4, Section 110-486G5 regarding the log is approved with 1 amendment, and that is that the log is limited only to dates and number of occupants. And 5, the 5th one, final one, Section 110-46H regarding sexual predators and offenders is stricken in its entirety.
And then you can put Lamar Russell so moves. All right, who made the second?
Michael Miller will make the second.
Mr. Russell,
For.
Mr. Price,
For the motion.
Miss Denny,
For the motion.
Ms. Gentlecore,
For the motion.
Dr. Miller,
For the motion.
Mr. Stroud.
For the motion.
Okay, is there, unless there's another trying issue, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.